Call to order the City of Lincoln City City Council meeting Monday, November 10th, 6 p.m. Thank you. Roll call, please.
Dick Anderson.
Here.
Gordon Eggleton. Here. Gary Ellingson.
Here.
Chester Norikis.
Here.
Roger Sprague.
He'll be coming. He's just late.
Rick Want.
Here.
And Wes Ryan.
Here. Thank you. Please stand for a Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance. One nation, indivisible, with liberty. All right. First, we have comments from citizens present on agenda, non-agenda items. This is an opportunity for members of the audience to bring to the council's attention any item. It should be noted, if you do desire your comments to be part of the public record or a specific public hearing item, then you need to wait for that agenda item to be called. Otherwise, you are certainly free to make your comments now. Comments are limited to 5 minutes per citizen, and the city recorder will use the light system. Speakers may not yield their time to others, and as a general rule, this is not a time for exchange of questions. At the conclusion of this agenda item, a councilor may discuss or raise questions regarding an item presented by a citizen. As your name is called, please come forward and state your name for the record, and proceed with your remarks. We have James Thompson.
Hello, my name is James Thompson.
James, you need to sit down and you need to speak right into the mic. It's
Thank you.
Not a area mic, so thank you.
My name is James Thompson at 5285 Northeast Voyage Avenue. I wish to speak concerning the Palisades development and request that the city attorney take possession of those tracts of land, tracts 61 and 62, which should have been ceded to the city by prior agreement with developers. I've actually begun circulating a petition to gather signatures asking for that, for the city attorney to take action there. I would like to note that City Ordinance 2000-10, sections I and J especially, make it an emergency that big trees and open spaces be protected and preserved as much as possible, and this would certainly be in keeping with that ordinance 2000-10. And that's the only remarks I have.
Great. Thank you very much. Rich Cantlin, is it?
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Yes, it's Rich Catlin. I'm a land use planner representing Alpha Building Ventures, LLC, the owners of the Lincoln Palisades property that was just mentioned. I'd like to speak on item H12 and add a little bit more context to the request. This item was initiated by our written request to David Hawker for consideration of a new street connection to West Devils Lake Road. A copy of that original request was omitted from your packet, but I have copies for you this evening. As you may know, we filed a preliminary master plan application that raised concerns with neighbors in the city. After discussing how best to address these concerns, the owners decided to withdraw that application and revise the plan in response to many of the suggestions received from staff and neighbors. We are resolved to address as many of these concerns as we can, and to that end, we've shaken up our consultant team, engaging a new traffic consultant, an architect, an arborist, and a geotechnical professional to help us have a fresh look at the design of the project and provide new energy for it. One of the suggestions was to move some of the units from the Sitka spruce woodland west of Voyage Avenue to the east side of the property along the Villages development. and this location has just one street access from Voyage Loop. In general, this area has very few cross-street connections. A new cross connection is a community benefit that would relieve the traffic burden on the coast highway intersections, alleviate neighbors' concerns over secondary emergency vehicle access, and provide multiple evacuation routes, all of which are concerns raised in the Lincoln Palisades proceeding. So to start the redesign process, we looked at ways to provide connectivity by extending a street through to West Devils Lake Road. We started with a southeasterly extension to the intersection of Northwest 50th Street at the Village's entrance and the access road to the Chinookwan's Golf Resort. We met with the Village's HOA on October 10th, and the consensus from that group is that they preferred to see a road come through the tract owned by the city just north of Fernwood. So based on that suggestion, we submitted a request to the city on October 15th, which is the subject of your agenda item tonight. So just to be clear, we're not asking for an approval of any kind tonight for a particular street alignment, only that you give the nod to staff to talk with us about how to design a cross connection that would have the community development, benefit. The terms and the obligations of the parties could be hammered out later in a development agreement. Access is just one of the many concerns to be addressed in a revised plan. For example, the staff memo points out that the number of units is a prime concern for them, and we agree number of units is important. So the concern goes back to the disposition of tracts A and B, which the previous owners spoke to, which were earmarked as an open space donation in an earlier application. The owner is still committed to honoring that original donation as an open space tract to the city. We intend to request a modification possibly to that condition at a future hearing, maintaining the spirit of the open space donation but modifying the location of it to include the Sitka spruce forest. Therefore, we ask that you defer jurisdiction to the Planning Commission on that matter. So back to street connectivity. To see if there are any fatal flaws on the ground, we analyzed GIS data and found that the topography is not difficult for road design. Some grading is needed, as always, but a slope of 12% or less, as required by the city, is possible. Of course, we'll need a tree inventory and a topographic survey to create the precise alignment that demonstrates compliance with all city codes. And we'd be glad to work with city staff on finding that alignment. Wetlands have been delineated and concurred with by the Division of State Lands. So now that we've completed the fatal flaw analysis for the physical aspects of the design, we're asking if there is a fatal flaw in terms of permission. Will the city as landowner allow a portion of city-owned property to be improved as a city street? And that's the question that we have for you tonight on agenda item H12. Be glad to answer any questions now or later during that item.
Great.
Very good.
Thank you very much.
I have copies of our request letter that I'll the recorder.
Thank you. Dennis Reagan?
Dennis Regan, 7 Lincoln Loop, Lincoln City, Oregon. First of all, I'd like to say that wish all the vets a good day tomorrow for Veterans Day. Congratulate the new mayor. And I would like to talk about an offer that I presented to the city regarding a property on behalf of Patrick Harney, who's next to me. And I presented an offer to the city on the Village of Cascade Head property back in August of 8th of 2013. And then I resubmitted an offer written on the 22nd and submitted it on the 25th and circulated it through a committee that looks into this village property and what to do with some of the city holdings. And we virtually never really got a kind of a formal response of how to go to the next level. So I'm going to resubmit it today, and I'll give everybody a copy. It's pretty simple, really. Patrick Carney is sitting next to me, and he's the principal, and he'll go into some further detail. But it's a chance for the city to get all their money back for the purchase, and to return the money back to the people of the city. It's a chance for the city to keep between 30 and 60 acres of a portion of the property that the city always had their eye on for many years, and it was never made available. That portion, which people know as the knob, that sits above road's end, and keep that for open space and to do whatever the city wants with. And they would receive all their money back, plus they'd get a total purchase price of $2.5 million. They would get their money back for the purchase. They'd get to keep between 30 and 60 acres of their choice of the Village of Cascade Head property. My client would get involved with the city on the lift station, which we were told was going to be about $1 million, and the pump station about $1 million, rather than burden the people, which I heard rumor that they were going to put these on as bond items and make the people of Lincoln City pay for these things. And my client would make every attempt to stay with the vision of the city to develop the property over a period of time that's reasonable and make it a viable project. Over to Patrick Carney.
Patrick Carney, 2280 Simmons Street, Salem, Oregon. I think Dennis outlined it pretty well. Our goal would be to enter into an agreement with the city for some due diligence time to truly discover and understand everything that is going on with that property currently and get access to any of the information that the city has in order to come back and present what we'd feel would be a reasonable game plan of going forward on the 360 acres, including giving to the city that portion of land known as the knob or the knoll. That acreage would be agreed upon, and it would be a situation where the money would be returned to the city. The city is, if I understand the history of it correctly, the city was wanting to purchase that piece of property for a number of years. I've heard numbers of up to $1 million, and this would, in effect, save the city that expense of acquiring that piece of property while recouping all their money from the initial purchase. A lifelong Oregonian, I've been coming to the Central Oregon coast for my entire life. I own property in Lincoln City, and have 18 years in the real estate industry. I primarily buy defunct and bank-owned properties that are partially done, subdivisions and what have you, and go in and rework them to.
Great. We have that later on the agenda, so I understand no questions at this time. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Mr. Hoover, you're up.
My name is Jim Hoover, 3150 East Devils Lake Road. I'm here tonight to speak about 3 items that you have on your agenda for a second reading. Primarily for those people who are watching, those people who may not be familiar because they've been asleep for the last 7 years, this is a VRD zone and a limitation on how people can use their VRDs. There are several points I'd like to make once again tonight. That is, The committee that you guys formed and paid approximately $100,000 and had citizens involved in still did not come up with a problem with VRDs. And while I've heard some general talk, nobody has ever clarified exactly what the problem is with a VRD and how this VRD zone or this VRD limitation, which sometimes gets called it's an accessory use, but your clarification in this new code specifically writes it out. So if it wasn't there and has to be written out, I really question that. How this ordinance is best used to deal with the problem that you guys have never defined. It's really easy to sit there and look down at your computers. It's real easy to listen to all the public testimony and do whatever you want to do. So maybe tonight as a you-win, you guys get to vote. You guys get to do whatever you want to do, regardless of how many people show up and give public testimony, regardless of how many people in Lincoln City would vote for or against this. But I believe when I ran for office that I was faced with a dilemma, and that is that I don't represent my own views. I represent the majority of the people in this society that I represent. And tonight, you represent those people. You don't really represent the silent minority, because once we become a government where 7 people on a city council get to say, we represent whatever small minority, however small that is, and we're going to pass a rule in the face of the majority of the people, then we no longer become a group of people that are representatives. We become a group of people that get elected and we get to do whatever we want. So I'm not sure how much more time I have on my 5 minutes, but I was raised with the statement, actions speak louder than words. And so I'd like my actions of silence right now to speak louder than my words and the words of all those people who've given public testimony. And I'd like you to take whatever's left of my 5 minutes to look these people in the eyes in the audience and think about all the people who've come up here and given public testimony concerning jobs of their employees, their businesses, their properties, their property values, other businesses in town that are unrelated to VRDs but depend upon those people for their incomes. I'd like you to look through the cameras at all those people that watch this on TV and really think about how your actions tonight are going to affect those people. Because once again, you weren't elected to make your own decision. You were elected to represent those people in your specific wards, and I don't believe a majority of those people agree with you. So until the buzzer goes off, I'd like you just to look around the room at the people behind me and really think about all those business owners, those credible people in town who make Lincoln City the place it is, and their testimony about how this is going to impact people, and ask yourself, is this the best way to handle this problem? What is the problem? And we looked at other options, or is this just 180 pages in 7 years that still doesn't define what the problem is or why this is best? So I see the green light's about ready to flash. I want to thank you, those of you who have served on the council, those of you who are going to continue to serve on the council. I don't take lightly the amount of time you put in. In fact, I looked at tonight's city council packet, and I think the best thing you do is table about 2/3 of it, because there was 302 pages. I think it became available on Thursday night. And so if you take Thursday night till now and average it in, that's a lot of reading. I ask you to do what's right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hoover. Anybody who didn't have an opportunity to sign up that would like to make a general comment? please come forward.
My name is Vicki Regan, 7 Northwest Lincoln Loop, and I am concerned about the ordinance 2014-23. I think it specifically asks for VRD owners to provide the names and phone numbers of their clientele. I think this is a privacy issue. You guys are not requiring that of any hotel. Why are you needing this information? What are you going to do with it? I don't understand that being part of a regulation. It's like I said, you're going to have problems with people not wanting to give personal information out. That's not a good thing. And I don't know how that got into there, when it got entered, but I definitely don't think that if you're not going to require that of hotel owners, why are you doing it to these other people? It doesn't seem proper to me. And I do think that the city should look seriously into that Cascade Head offer. Like it said, it was, given to you guys before. It's absolutely a win-win. You wanted the no, you get the no. You get somebody who's going to come in and do something great for the city, bring in, more people, more tax dollars for you and the city, and you will be getting the money back for the citizens who paid for that, actually, through their taxes. So I wish everybody a happy Veterans Day tomorrow, and hopefully everybody here that are staying on board will work well with the mayor, the new mayor that's come on. I think we all need to applaud his election. It's a tough one, and we should all congratulate him as professional people of the city.
Thank you very much. Anyone else who didn't get an opportunity to sign up that would like to speak? All right. And moving on, we have a consent agenda. The consent agenda consists of items of a repeat or routine nature considered under one single action. A councilor may remove a consent agenda item for separate consideration upon request. This evening we have one item, which is minutes for meeting September 8th, 2014.
I would move that we accept the consent agenda.
Second.
The motion to approve with a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed with a nay. Hearing none. Thank you. We have a special order of business. This is easements issue, the Lake Drive Local Improvement District.
Good evening. Tonight there's a glitch in the process to move forward with the Voyage Lake Local Improvement District. We left it last that we were going to keep the district as originally formed and try to secure the easements necessary to put our sewer lines in some private property. Currently, these tracts of land are already easements for access, many of them. There's a couple easements that were needed that would be just for the sewer. But we sent out letters to all of the properties that we needed easements from, and we, to this date, as of last week, writing the memo, and also today, we haven't received any easements for the Lake Cove area. So we can't really move forward with a cooperative easement and secured and move forward with bidding the project because we don't have those easements. So we put together some options for council. Maybe there may be more. What we're recommending is that council consider either abandoning the current LID and then in that case we would need to go back out to the public and redistrict and form a new district, which would be a smaller version that didn't include these properties that don't want to give us easements. We would also then create a reimbursement district overlay in case those properties came back later and wanted to hook into the sewer. They would be required to pay their proportionate share to the original LID participants. Or we could move forward in a condemnation-type action to acquire the easements. One thing I'll point out is we do have, so there's a couple easements that we just need sewer for. We don't currently have any water lines, or those parcels aren't being used for egress or ingress or anything. But there's a series of easements that are already used for access to adjoining properties. So these tracts of land are already being used for access, as well as the city water line is in those tracts. So it's not too far away from making that a utility easement and moving forward with putting a sewer line there. Or another option is we could abandon the current LID, don't reform at this time, and include this area in the bigger look at sewering around the lake project, which is moving forward. A pre-design effort is moving forward on that front. So any questions, clarifications needed?
Council, any questions? Mr. Sprague?
What does the petitioner prefer to do?
The original petitioner, I do not know. Mr. Green, who spearheaded this petition, I don't know I haven't talked to him.
Because he spearheaded that thing, and I would have thought that he would have been consulted.
Under the ordinance,
Sorry, we didn't.
Under the ordinance, it's a prerequisite to going forward that we obtain the easements. And we came to you and said, we're going to go ask for the easements, and we gave them a date, and we don't have a single easement. So we can't proceed with the LID without the easements as currently formed. We have to do a new formation using smaller configuration. And it doesn't, the only way to proceed as is to initiate some kind of condemnation action or litigation to obtain the easements.
Thank you, Mr. Apicella, but the question is really more, I think, pursuing, were people notified and their opportunity to have some involvement back in to try to resurrect. Is that the pursuit of your question, Councilor Sprague?
Well, I'm just curious as to whether Mr. Green has really been involved in the discussions that we're having tonight. If they still want to go forward on a smaller basis or forget it. I think we need to know what his feelings are.
I do remember when we invited everyone here, and we had a memorandum at that time, and the first item on the memo was we need to get these easements in order to go forward. So when everyone was here, we had that discussion.
Well, the discussion was whether or not we could get the easements, but it also included making the project a smaller project without the land that we needed the easements for. So what I'm asking is whether Mr. Green wants to go forward on a smaller basis.
Other questions, discussion? Mr. Norikis?
Stephanie, you mentioned that 3 of the 4 easements are in a private roadway, and the 4th easement is where?
The 4th easement is on the Oxenholt property. It currently runs along the edge of his property, or the proposed easement runs along the edge of his property. It's in alignment with Northeast Voyage, and it would serve, it would get that line up to that Lake Cove cluster, and then we would extend, and then we would add to that line to serve the rest of the Lake Cove existing residences that are already platted there. So I don't have a visual with this memo, but it's not on any existing road. It's just in a tract of land to extend the sewer for potential future development.
And in your recommendation, your first recommendation, the last portion of that first recommendation, create a reimbursement district overlay over the properties potentially benefited by the LID, so that any lot owner who requests additional connections that exceed the number of connections paid for in the assessment will also be formed. I read that as saying the lot owner will be formed.
And that's a poorly written sentence there. What I was trying to say is we will create an overlay district, so any future request to hook in or extend that sewer line and use that sewer that's been paid for by the smaller LID, if we choose to do that, those new hookups would have to pay the existing LID participants, reimburse them for their connections that they're proposing.
All right. Thank you.
Stephanie, can you update us on the engineering that's being done on the sewering of the broader lake? And how, specifically, I'm trying to figure out how this could be encompassed by that action that's going on now.
Well, the scope of that project and the engineers that are our consultants have been tasked to do essentially a pre-design or a very detailed preliminary design of how all of the existing water accounts on that sewer around the lake can be sewered. Now, this area, this LID area, is excluded from that scope, but we could add that to the scope. It's moving forward. They've done a lot of research, made some progress, and I expect in a few months we'll have a report ready to go to DEQ and ready to come to you. So it's moving ahead, but then it's just going to be a preliminary report to look at the costs and to look at the feasibility and the really how to exactly would we sewer each property.
And this included, or the proposal thought was to use the same system. Is that not right?
Correct.
Okay.
It's the E1 systems, the low pressure systems. We wanted to have a set of these. We wanted to have the system in place and have these 50 or so units. So we had some experience as a city. Mm-hmm. It would have been nice, would be nice. With our research and with our consultants' early research, there's still really positive feedback from communities that do have these E1 systems. So, and it wouldn't stop us from moving forward with the E1s, but it would be nice to have that experience, you know.
And I guess if option one, reducing down the size, the number of lots, that increases the cost to those remaining?
Slightly.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't crunch those numbers because really it's a little preliminary, but it would slightly increase the cost.
I thought we looked at those before from a work session and stuff, and it goes. Yeah. And again, if we incorporate this into this area into the bigger plan, that takes care of the sewer, but buried in this LID were some streets that had some asphalt.
Correct.
So that would be absent if we went with the other. Okay.
That is correct.
Other questions, thoughts?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
I'm with Mr. Sprague. I think that, I mean, I realize that, you know, probably everybody should know by now, but Mr. Green spearheaded the event with a number of people from the neighborhood signing on, and they may be still interested in going on with the LID, even though the cost will go up some, and that would be good to know, because I'm certainly not interested in condemning land for an easement. So short of abandoning the thing and waiting, it would be nice to have it go forward, but only if the residents that signed into that want to continue. So I think that that's an important question.
Stephanie, would it be possible for you to have a check with Mr. Green and then, at our next council meeting on the 24th, be able to bring this back and, we could render a decision at that point? Is that?
Absolutely, we could do that.
But there's not a time critical on this where any more than anything else?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Really?
I'm aware that recently they were planning on going to Mexico. He may be in Mexico now, so you may not be able to get a hold of him for a little bit.
Okay. Well, I could certainly try to get a hold of him and others in that original LID who were vocal and had come with opinions before, and we could wait 2 weeks and see if we can get some more information from those original LID members.
Well, I would say, checking with Brian Green, who,
Okay.
as Sprague, we
All right.
don't need the masses.
Everybody
just,
else, okay.
Getting a sense he's aware of it, that this is our options, and, kind of taking a look at this, not that it matters at this point, but my option at this point really is to abandon it altogether and just catch it up with the rest of the sewer process that we've got going around the lake. But I'm open to listening to what Mr. Green has, in fairness to him.
Okay.
Okay?
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have now, then, a public comment, and this is for Resolution 2014-24, an opportunity to receive citizen comments on Resolution 2014-24, a resolution of the City of Lincoln City adopting revisions to the citywide fee schedule. That is G3, and I don't see anything there. Are there any comments from the public regarding that resolution and fee schedule? Seeing none. Council, did anybody have comments here? Okay. Moving then to public comment. Also a request, public comment, Resolution 2014-25, a resolution consenting to the transfer of control of the cable franchise Falcon Cable to Comcast Corporation with conditions. Anyone in the audience that wishes to make a public comment? Seeing none. And council, any comments?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Are we going to know what those conditions are?
They're listed in the resolution.
Okay. I apologize for being late, and I was out of state from Friday until now, so I have not had a chance to read it.
It's on page 17 of the packet in section 3.
Thank you.
Next item is public comment, Resolution 2014-26, an opportunity to receive citizen comments on Resolution 2014-26, a resolution of the City of Lincoln City adopting a supplemental budget for the fiscal year 2014-2015. Any public comment? And council? And we have public comments, Resolution number 2014-27, an opportunity to receive citizen comments on Resolution 2014-27, a resolution of the City of Lincoln City establishing hiring standards, criteria, policy directives, and a timeline for the recruitment and hiring of the city manager for the City of Lincoln City. Any public comments? Citizen comments? Seeing none. Council? Nothing?
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
I'd like to share with the public our calendar for taking action on this project. On November 24th, We're going to be scheduling and conducting interviews. We are also going to appoint a department head and citizen panels for interviews, so the public will be involved in this process. There's a meet and greet for the community to meet finalists on the 24th of November. And we're hoping to make an employment offer contingent on a successful background and reference check on December 15th.
Thank you, sir. Moving on with the agenda, we have public hearings. This is to receive public comments on requests for annexation and rezoning of 11 acres of northeast Logan Road, Central Oregon Coast Properties, Logan Park. Planning Files Annex 2014-01, CPA ZC 2014-01. This was continued from September 22nd to October 27th, and now to November 10th at the, as I recall, request of the developer. And they had requested to continue it to January 26th, 2015. So I recall we had asked them to consider something in between, and Mr. Townsend, was that relayed and able to find a date?
We did ask them to look for an acceptable date in November or December, and they said they were unable to do so.
And so our options are simply to honor their request?
Well, when I say they're unable to do so is because they wanted a particular team of people to be able to testify on it. It's, I don't know, Richard, the city attorney can correct me, but I think you have flexibility on when you continue to, if you choose to do so.
Mr. Epichello, are there options?
Well, you know, the hearing is about the applicant being able to make their case, and they're pretty much telling you they're going to be prejudiced if they can't get a continuance and have these. Apparently, it's a valuable staff member, team member that they would like to have present. So, while you certainly could make a continuance to a different date, we're trying to give all parties involved adequate notice and an opportunity to be fully heard. So, as long as you're giving people due process, you don't have a problem. So,
Council, any problem with continuing this, honoring their request to January 26, 2015, this location and time?
After me.
By consent? Everybody all right with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
do we?
I'm not, Your Honor, but I will consent to it.
Okay. I'm looking at, do I need a motion to?
I think we usually do a motion on that. I mean,
Before we do the motion, I am curious on one thing. Have they filed a plan with this?
Yes.
How long ago?
I don't have it in front of me, but it was, I believe it was last summer sometime.
the 120-day rule, if that's what you're thinking, doesn't apply because this request is exempt from that.
Oh, okay.
They did have a tentative decision by the Planning Commission on their development plan, which they were running concurrent, and the Planning Commission has to address continuance of that tentative plan. There was a tentative approval of a plan by the Planning Commission, so that will also have to be continued by the Planning Commission.
That's what I was curious about, because that
The clock running.
I knew that there was a clock somewhere.
Yeah, the clock does not apply in this case.
Okay, that's what I wanted.
Good.
Thank you. And I would consent to moving this public hearing to January 26th.
We have a motion. Is there a second to move this, continue to January 22nd, 2015, this place at this 6 p.m.?
Second.
We have a motion with a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It passes. Thank you. And we'll move on with public hearing. This is a public hearing to receive public comment on proposed legislative amendments regarding LCMC Section 17.32.080, General Commercial Zone, maximum building size, property owner initiated request, applicant Stuart Gordon Strauss, architecture, and property owner Lighthouse Square LLC. This is planning file ZOA 2014-02. This public hearing is now open for the purpose of considering amendments to the zoning ordinance. The proposal is identified as file ZOA 2014-02. This public hearing concerns a property owner-initiated request to revise LCMC 17.32.080, which now limits the size of building footprint in the general commercial zone to 60,000 square feet. The requested revisions provide alternative criteria to allow a larger footprint, including requirements for multiple tenant spaces, design review, and a traffic study. If approved, any amendments will apply only to properties in the general commercial zone. The applicant is Stuart Gordon Strauss, Architecture PC, representing property owner David Amani of Lighthouse Square LLC. The Planning Commission held a public hearing on this matter on October 21st and forwarded recommendations as outlined in staff's council communication. The City Council's role in this legislative process is to consider any written or oral testimony, as well as information from staff, and make a final decision as to ordinance amendments or new ordinances. The City Council may adopt the Planning Commission recommendation, may adopt a different recommendation, or may take other action, including declining to make any ordinance revisions. Are there any objections to the Council's jurisdiction? Hearing none. Councilors, are there any abstentions or disqualifications based on conflict of interest?
If anyone has any facts they wanted to announce, I mean, it will be conflict of interest, would be financial conflict of interest under ORS Chapter 244. If you don't have any financial conflict of interest currently, you wouldn't have to disclose it. If you think it might come up in context of bias, generally not applicable in legislative proceedings, but you can also disclose it.
I have to disclose that I was a tenant in Lighthouse Square for 15 years. David Imami was my landlord, and I have no financial interest with him whatsoever, and he has no financial interest with me whatsoever.
I just wanted to point out that also that there was some material entered into the record which was derogatory in regard to the applicant, and I just want to point out that, you know, your decision is not, you should disregard that material, is what I'm saying. Is so generally, you know, when we have land use, we make decisions about whether or not the proposed law is consistent with our comprehensive plan and internally consistent with our zoning code. We don't make decisions about applications based on who is applying or what people say or about people that are applying.
And I would declare that, or inform the council that Mr. Mani was a financial contributor to a recent campaign that I ran for office in County Commissioner. Anybody else? Okay. The substantive criteria that apply to this hearing include the statewide planning goals, the city's comprehensive plan, and the unamended portions of the city's zoning ordinance. Comments and testimony should be directed to these criteria or to other criteria that you believe apply to the subject of this hearing. Before the staff presents a report, I would like to summarize the public hearing procedures which have been adopted by the City Council. A brochure outlining these procedures is at the entrance of the council chambers. The staff will present a report and respond to any questions. The applicant will have up to 15 minutes to present their application, After that, any person may speak up to 3 minutes. The city recorder will use the light system. If the council has questions or the applicant or other speakers, your time responding to these questions will not be counted in your time limit. If you wish to speak, please write your name and mailing address clearly on the sign-up list at the entrance. Please speak directly into the microphone and begin by stating your name. It is not necessary to state your address into the video record, but please be sure you have provided your address to the recorder for notification purposes. If you also have written testimony to submit in the record, please provide a copy to the recorder. Now for the staff report.
Thank you. The Planning Commission considered the proposal at its October 21st meeting, and they made several recommendations. They did not have an ordinance in front of them other than the one that was proposed by the applicant. They did want to make some changes and add some conditions to that. So I think what I'll do is go through the PowerPoint that I used basically for the Planning Commission, and then if you have any questions, we can go into that. I also then detail in your staff report the recommendations that they have made regarding the large-scale retailers or big boxes, and we can talk about those individually. The New Yorker magazine came through with an excellent cover for this topic, so Mom and Pop Megastore, and it looks very kind of similar to some of the stores I'm going to show you. The proposed text amendment, again, is to amend 1732-80, which limits retail commercial to a footprint of 60,000 square feet. That is not the overall size limit. We don't have an overall size limit, except that we have a height limit of 45 feet in commercial zones, so probably the most a retailer could get would be a 3-story store. So if you took 3 stories of 60,000 square foot footprint, and that is, but the footprint means what's, how the building touches the ground, basically, the outline. So it could be that a store could have 180 square feet if it was willing to build up rather than out. The Ordinance 2003-01 limited the footprint of retail buildings to 60,000 square feet for those reasons shown on the slide. To protect small businesses, to protect aesthetic quality, and to avoid congestion. Those were the primary reasons, and that was back in 2003, so about 12 years ago, 11 years ago. Now, I would just like to remind everyone that this proposal is not just about Lighthouse Square. The property owner and Lighthouse Square were mentioned on the application, but this would apply to any area in the GC General Commercial Zone. And it's not just about Fred Meyer. People have been talking a lot about Fred Meyer, but it could be for any large-scale retailer. All right, so the proposal, again, it allows for over 60,000 square foot footprint, and it uses floor area when it's talking about the 60,000 rather than the footprint. It requires multiple smaller tenant spaces equal to 10% of the development. The proposal requires design review for these larger retailers. We already have design review for all commercial development in the GC and the RC zones. So they're not specifying any particular standards, so ours would apply, and then anything in addition that you might want to add for conditions on the large retailers. They have proposed that there should be a traffic impact analysis for large retail uses. Generally, we require, the city and ODOT requires a traffic impact analysis for a rezoning, say, for instance, if you're changing residential to commercial. But if a particular type of commercial comes in, we don't have a requirement that would necessarily have them do a traffic impact analysis. So this may be an important thing to consider for the larger retailers. It allows expansion by 10% without compliance with the other requirements. The current ordinance also allows for that. And another, well, let me see, maybe I have it here. Yeah, the proposal does not specify maximum size. It doesn't define the multiple tenants, but it does have the 10%. It provides criteria. It does not provide criteria for design review or criteria for the traffic impact analysis. One of the things that our ordinance does now, it allows buildings over 60,000 square feet to be rebuilt if destroyed. That may not be an issue in this because we would be allowing the larger buildings anyway. I just wanted to give people an idea of what 60,000 square foot is like. A football field is 57,000 square feet, so it's approximately the size of a football field. And you can see some of the buildings we have here in town and how they compare. Our newest retailers, Goodwill, is 22,000. Across the street, Price and Price, 25. The new Bi-Mart is 37,000. Safeway is 54,000. The whole complex is 120,000. Taft High School is 100,000. And the Tanger Mall is 257,594. The ordinance in 2003 was intended to protect community character, so I thought I'd talk just a little bit about what our community character is. We have a variety of retail types in Lincoln City. I just listed a number of them, but they go from the small retail store, which adds a lot of charm for a tourist community and character. We've got a number of grocery stores. And they are distributed nicely to serve our 7-mile length long city. The IGA I hadn't mentioned is 15,000 square feet, and it's about 25,000 for all the stores in that strip mall. Here's our new Bi-Mart. Another thing I wanted to talk about a little bit is the amount of parking. Bi-Mart it's a 37,000 square foot store, and it has 170,000 square feet of parking and circulation associated with it. So when we're talking about a retailer over 60,000 square feet, that's just for the store, of course. We're talking, maybe double that for parking. And we may want to talk about limiting the amount of parking associated with the stores, or at least parking at grade. Again, another example is our Safeway complex is 120,000 square feet. It has 250,000 square feet parking and circulation. I just mentioned the Tanger Mall and the square footage for all the stores. The Tanger Mall has 400,000 square feet of parking, but fortunately they do have the 2-level ramp, and so otherwise, it would be sprawling even more than you may think it is now. On the other hand, if they'd had a 3-level parking ramp, we'd have more retail space available in our community. Now, let's compare that to big box stores. You can see that the Walmarts can get pretty big, and so can the Home Depots, and So the Walgreens are smaller. And then I just wanted to mention that some of these large retailers now are doing what they call express or standalone stores, and they can be anywhere from 1,000 square feet up. So they may be just taking one department in Walmart or in a pharmacy, Target, and I've got some pictures of those kinds of stores. But first, here is Newport, and let me see, I guess this is the Walmart in Newport. This is a Fred Meyer in Seattle, Washington, and it was interesting in this community. They had a neighborhood planning effort, and they did sort of a charrette planning exercise, and they picked a type of development that would include a second story of an affordable housing and combining those uses into a multi-use complex. But as you can see here, it looks pretty much like like any other Fred Meyer. It does have new sidewalks. It does have landscaping around the edge. But when the building type is a large rectangle, single-story, set back behind a parking lot, you're not going to really change the character with landscaping. And I mean, it helps, but you're not going to change its character with landscaping and sidewalks. Here's the shopper here. It kind of gives you a relation to what the pedestrian may feel approaching a large store like this. And then in Newport, we have the Fred Meyer. Here's the shopper down here with her cart going to the store or coming from the store. This is a Walmart in Portland. So I provided a number of references and material in the staff report for the Planning Commission. I didn't repeat it in your memo, but it talks about the pros and the cons, and I just am going to highlight a few of them here. The pros, of course, are more less expensive products available locally. They may attract shoppers from towns that don't have those stores. It may increase our tax base and trigger redevelopment. And it could add density if it's done if it's designed that way. The cons are that it will put some existing retailers out of business. Ken Stone, an economist in Iowa, studied Walmart in small-town Iowa towns for over 25 years, and initially, it was all bad news, and he talked about how that it could actually decrease per capita sales, and pretty devastating results for the existing retailers. Later, just fairly recently, in the last couple of years, he did another study, and it showed that for those communities that actually got those stores, they were more stable. And I don't know, I didn't read enough into the study to find out if there were there were correlations that really were not cause and effect there. But at any rate, he kind of reversed his pessimism, at least to some degree. Okay, other studies that I included said the loss of local stores may weaken the civic backbone, and shoppers will need to drive to big box rather than shop in their neighborhoods. This can be, especially if some of our grocery stores would fail here. That would be an obvious inconvenience. They'll make Lincoln City more like the suburbs and less like a tourist town. Now, the places in Iowa weren't tourist towns. They didn't have to protect that character, and that's something that we need to consider. Typical design will suck up a lot of real estate, as I was showing you in the square footages, and we don't have very many places in town that can accommodate a large square footage store and the associated parking. Okay, I'll try to be quick about this. This is, I just wanted to show that Fred Meyer does do multi-level stores. This is in Portland, and Allison took this when she was in Portland one day. They're going to have parking on top, and I think the second floor is affordable housing. I don't know how affordable. Whoops, excuse me. So I talked in my report about standards for big box stores, number of stories, parking spaces, mixed use, reuse, and pearl or string. And these are some of the things that the Planning Commission reacted to. I don't know how much you want me to get into that or whether you have already reviewed them on your own. But the Planning Commission favored a requirement that large retail stores must be multi-story or have rooftop parking, but they didn't want to require it. They did want to require that it have the type of construction that would support and facilitate multi-stories or parking on the roof. And so that is written into the draft ordinance, that they at least have the construction type that would support it if somebody decided to do it later. For parking, the Commission declined to recommend a limit on the percent of the lot that could be at-grade parking or a limit on the maximum number of parking spaces, but did agree that parking lots for large retailers should meet a higher standard for design and landscaping. And that's addressed in number 8 to follow. Mixed use. The consensus was to encourage mixed-use development. And I was thinking about, how do you encourage, other than say encourage in the ordinance, which isn't very effective. It turns out that there is a program in the state for vertical housing, and it does provide tax exemption for a certain number of years, and allows communities to do that, to encourage housing, mixed use. And so that might be of interest, and if it is, staff would be happy to do more research on that and bring you something. Reuse. One of the concerns in a number of small towns is a big box store that has gone vacant. For instance, Walmart decides to abandon its 90,000 square foot store in favor of building a super Walmart. And they don't want to compete with some new retailer moving into that space, so they have a very long-term lease that they won't give up, or they have something in the lease that prevents the landlord from re-renting it. And so that's something that we would want to suggest to you if we're going to change our ordinance, to make sure that there is nothing in the lease that would prevent reuse, because it's depressing to see an empty store of that size and an empty parking lot year after year. And we talked about pearl and string standards as far as design standards, and they did not choose to require pearl standards, which is a higher standard for design. They said, it should just be according to where it's located in the community. Okay, here are just a couple more pictures just showing you what big boxes can look like. I think this is one of those small express stores, maybe. Okay, more standards. The location of parking, that would be restricted somewhat by our current design standards that we have in the code. We could do more in terms of trying to make a big box store relate well to the smaller stores around it, so that maybe there's less distance in between the front doors, so that they kind of face each other and create some energy and allow people to walk between stores rather than have to get in their cars and go to a different store. The Planning Commission was not keen on trying to require something. As far as drive-throughs, the Planning Commission was supportive of drive-throughs, and because oftentimes those are what follows the big box store to a location. Those would be some of those smaller stores that they talked about in their application. Parking lot design, this is the number 8 that on your list, and some communities require a higher standard of landscaping, and if it's a especially large parking lot, then they want to see more landscaping. And basically, they're saying break the large parking lot down into small lots of 125 and landscape the perimeter and have standards meet each one, and then connect them with sort of collector drives. And so that's something that we've proposed in the ordinance. Okay, and traffic impact analysis, we have proposed that in the ordinance, and we have said specifically that we would want that to be a study commissioned by the city engineer so that we would get the quality of study that we need to really understand the impacts. And that would be paid for by the whatever applicant was proposing a store at the time. The Planning Commission favored standards that would require a transit stop, and I think any large-scale retailer probably would want one, but also those pedestrian amenities that go along with that, make it easy to use. And the Planning Commission, I want to make sure I get this right, the Commission agreed to encourage rather than require large retailers to use substantial energy-saving features. One of the things I mentioned is the new Goodwill store has a skylight, and that's what provides the lighting within the store. And they said that they had done a study of their California stores and found that the payback on putting in skylights was incredibly fast, a couple years, and it improved the lighting in the store as well as saved energy, and so it was a real win-win. So anyway, we have had some testimony. We had 3 people, I believe, get up and speak at the Planning Commission, both for and against, and that is in the record. And we have had written testimony. There's some correspondence in your packet, and we just got a letter from the Bay Area Merchants Association today, and I believe that's in front of you. So what we are asking of council this evening is to hold your public hearing and decide whether or not you want to change the existing ordinance, first of all, and if you do, then to give the staff direction about how you would like a final ordinance designed, and consider the recommendations of the Planning Commission. So that's all I have.
All right. Thank you. Questions of staff? Yep.
Okay.
Nope. Oh. No, don't go away. Deborah, could you answer for me, now I understand this is a request from the applicant, the existing ordinance does not allow for a variance?
No, it does not.
So is a change of the existing ordinance with the ability to ask for or somehow put parameters around a variance possible?
Okay, so you're suggesting that you still have a limit on the footprint or the overall size of the building, but allow for a variance.
Yeah.
What I have proposed is that we allow it as a conditional use if you want to have an opportunity for larger stores. Because with a variance, you have to show that you have a hardship that no one else does. And when you're building a new building, especially, it's really hard to prove that you couldn't have complied with the law. I mean, the standard is really high for showing hardship. And so I think maybe a conditional use
might be a better way.
Might be a better fit.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Norikis?
Ms. Nicholson, on your memorandum, page 2, you have an analysis, and in the second paragraph, you address vertical housing development zone, a vertical housing development zone.
Right.
Vertical housing development zones established under state law in 2001, quote, no, not quote, subsidized, quote, mixed-use projects to encourage denser urban-style development or redevelopment use.
Mm-hmm.
Am I to understand that the zone is doing the subsidizing?
Let's see here. Well, by doing a tax exemption, I think is the subsidy there. And that is how it works.
And that would be a city tax exemption?
I believe so, yes. And what I have read on the subject, and I did include, I think, in your packets, a list of cities that have those programs now, and some of and a list of projects that have been approved under those programs. What I read is that they would allow a 10-year tax exemption, and up to 80% of the taxes could be exempt for. And I don't know whether the city, how much control the city has in that. I mean, that's something that I think we probably would have to specify if we wanted to, seriously consider that. But I thought it was an interesting way to do what the Planning Commission suggested as far as encouragement. The thing that I talked about with the Planning Commission is that we really, and a couple of them said, we're not Portland, we're not, a city, Chicago. But we do have limitations on land available to us, and especially ones that would accommodate a large store. So, I think if we're going to allow large stores that would consume those very few locations, that we really want to make sure that we do it right. And so I see an advantage in trying to maximize the use of those parcels. And I see the way to do that is to have multiple stories, rather than just one story that takes up a whole lot of space.
No, I would agree. Also, in the testimony, Mr. Omami contends that he needs only 4,000 more square feet of space.
Well, the Lighthouse Square, and I don't think I included that in my square footage, but he said that the buildings, he intends to reuse those buildings for big box.
All of the buildings.
I think, well, and you'll have to ask him maybe, but I think that he was talking about 80,000 square feet being the old Bi-Mart space, the old Goodwill, the grocery outlet, and Blockbuster, perhaps. And so, he could give you a lot more detail on that.
And since we already allow 180,000 square feet of floor space, and he contends he only needs 62,000, well, I don't understand the request for a change in the ordinance.
Well, you'll have to ask him.
All right. Thank you.
Other questions? Deborah, you tried to address some of these words, reading in your staff report: favor, encourage, suggested, and yet I found a lot of those still into the ordinance, the draft ordinance. So, and now I don't have it in front of me, but I guess the question is, when a developer sits down, so I'm wondering how one really does that, doing a vertical district with a tax incentive. That's a financial incentive. I can figure that out.
Right.
But landscaping kind of stuff where support requirement, I guess encourage mixed. Well, I'm just looking for how in the process, when you're sitting at a site plan or discussion, how does one encourage a developer to go with the vision that Planning Commission or City Council or somebody had in an ordinance?
Well, either you provide incentives. That's one way. You can, or you can just have requirements that say shall. You shall do this. in our commercial design standards now, we have some flexibility for the planning director to vary the standard if the applicant can show that he or she is meeting the intent. And so there are these sections that say this ordinance is intended to, and then it has a whole list of things, and that are pretty specific. We want to make it pedestrian friendly, for instance. And so if they cannot quite meet the walkway requirement, they may say, but we are providing something else, another way. Even though we can't provide it here, we can provide it over here. And so we have an opportunity to work with them a little bit. But, the more that you say shall and that you're very clear about what you want, the easier it is to administer the ordinance.
That's right. Okay. And I guess this one I circled, should use substantial energy-saving features. What is substantial?
Well, see, that's the one where I don't know.
Okay.
And if you would like me to direct the staff to flush that out a little bit, if you're considering this, then I'll try to figure out ways that we might be able to
those kind of things.
do that.
Recognize this would be a draft, so that
Yes.
would be come back with more.
I did this draft with the intention that it would reflect what the Planning Commission was thinking.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
The term conditional use troubles me. I mean, the current ordinance says 60,000 feet is the max. But the new ordinance says 60,000 feet is what the ordinance is, but will allow conditional use. And why have the conditional use unless we're just change the ordinance to a different figure of square feet?
Oh, well, the Planning Commission liked the idea that that for larger stores, they would have to come in front of the commission and the council. And that's what has to happen when you have conditional use. So, for instance, if a store came in and wanted to be 100,000 square foot, then it would give the council and the Planning Commission an opportunity to take a look at that, and also gives us opportunity to add additional conditions in the code so that they apply to everybody, so it's not a surprise. But that way, if you're a store that's under 60,000, you don't have some of the extra conditions that the city may want for larger stores.
So it's creating a higher standard or higher hurdle for the larger...
The large stores.
Over 60,000 square feet. Okay. That makes sense. Other questions from council of staff? Not at this time, I guess. Why don't we then go to... now's the time for applicant's presentation.
Got lights? That's right.
Find me.
I think I can start while he's getting those set up. My name is Stuart Strauss. I am an architect licensed in the state of Oregon and have been in practice since 1974. I have my degree from University of California, Berkeley, and have been in the Oregon community for the entirety of my professional life. I am here representing David Imami, Lighthouse Square, and I would like to thank you for the opportunity to present our views. For the last 30 years, this community has been my home for 1 week every summer. I am a member of the B'nai B'rith Men's Camp Association and have been providing architectural services to the camp for quite some time to help it realize its master plan. I've had the opportunity to observe how this community has evolved over that period of time, what its strengths are, what its weaknesses are, in terms of its natural environment, its built environment, and its functionality. In many ways, it's very similar to Beaverton, where I live and practice. Beaverton has a couple of state highways that run through the middle of it and create some very interesting situations for creating community goals and realizing its vision. What we are finding in Beaverton is pretty much the same as what we see in most business districts. The key to successful vitality is an anchor business that has sufficient critical mass to bring customers to all other businesses that surround it. I remember reading several years ago about a man who used to watch where large retailers would purchase property for developing their large stores. And he would go buy everything he could in the surrounding area because he felt that that was how a community economy could grow and be beneficial to everybody. Large retailers are not the enemy. They're a catalyst that ensures the economic success of a community. The small local retailers are an important piece of the economic puzzle, individually or in collective, but very few are able to survive and let alone have the capacity to be the kind of anchor that will create a larger economy for an area. Consider the situation in Lincoln City. The two major anchors of your local economy are the casino and the outlet mall. Neither of these would have been allowed under the current ordinance with the 60,000 square foot maximum footprint. So where would Lincoln City be without them? What would be attracting tourists to be here by the busload? Yes, the small retailers along the highway would still get customers from the people passing through or the local residents, but that's not really enough to create the kind of vitality that a community like this is seeking to establish. The city has also stated a concern for using the available resources it has in the land. As the staff indicated, there's a limit on the amount of space that's available. So it's very important that those existing developments we have be able to maximize their benefit and their growth rather than spreading out to other places and taking the land away from other types of developments that might be desirable. So why was the current ordinance limiting building size considered necessary? Reviewing the language of the ordinance, it's clear that there is an apprehension about the negative impact of larger retailers, both on the character in terms of architectural features and on socioeconomic conditions. Our point made at the Planning Commission hearing was that a building size has very little to do with its impact. There is a design review process in place to deal with issues related to size to make it more comfortable fit into the community. And any business can have predatory practices that are not desirable in a community, regardless of how big it is. But lack of competition in the community also leaves the community having to deal with a limited number of retailers that can provide for all of their needs, and occasionally their pricing gets a little bit higher than what the local people might feel is appropriate. The fact is that large retailers you are so afraid of are not going to come to Lincoln City if the economics of new development are not favorable. And if they are favorable due to lack of competition or any other reason, why would you want to create conditions that keep them away? You have before you a series of recommendations that came from the Planning Commission hearing. Some of these are reasonable. Some make sense for new development projects. Most make no sense for existing developments that are trying to be successful and full of vital tenants. I would like to address each of these that were in the memorandum that was sent from staff to the city manager. Items 1 and 3, number of stories and mixed use. At the Planning Commission hearing, city staff presented a number of examples of how other cities have accommodated large retailers. You see those examples on the boards behind me. They also made the point that large retail buildings are out of scale with existing Lincoln City character. Regardless of who the retailer might be in these examples, is this the architectural character that Lincoln City envisions for itself? Now, probably not. In the future, maybe. But just because that may be where you're thinking of going 20 or 30 years from now, are we going to burden current developers with the obligation to provide for structural capacity in their buildings at high cost to account for some future development that may never happen? My client has a 2-story building at his Lighthouse Square. The upstairs has been substantially vacant since it was built and is currently 90% vacant, even with rent lowered below market rates. Is that what Lincoln City is envisioning for itself? The requirement that large retail buildings be multi-story or designed to accommodate multi-story is not supported at this time by the economics. Why burden a developer with the obligation to accommodate it? If a developer chooses to allow for future upper floors or chooses to deal with those costs at a later date, it should be his choice based on the economics. Numbers 2 and 8, parking and parking lot design. The stipulation that parking be divided into connected lots of 125 cars maximum is reasonable for new developments that can design their sites based on this requirement. For existing developments, imposing this requirement will be incompatible with existing site design requiring extensive reconstruction of landscaping, curbs, irrigation systems, storm drainage, and other features. As an alternative set of criteria, it should be set up to minimize reconstruction for existing developments, and that would be much more reasonable. Numbers 9 and 11, pedestrian spaces and transit. The requirement for larger pedestrian spaces for existing developments has a similar impact to those for parking. There needs to be an alternative to specific dimensions that are not able to be accommodated in the existing conditions without significant reconstruction. Providing enhancements that are in proportion to the scale and design of the existing development should be encouraged. It makes no sense to require a transit shelter when there is no transit system in existence. Number 10, traffic impact analysis. This makes perfect sense for new developments in areas not already accommodating commercial traffic. Where there is existing development that's being expanded, the original approvals should have addressed the maximum capacity of the site and made provisions for long-term growth or evolution. If an analysis is required, it should be credited against any SDC charges and not having double fees. In conclusion, bottom line is that the proposed ordinance, while appropriate for new development, will discourage improvements to existing development that could increase their vitality and benefit to the community, as well as to the owners. We recommend that the ordinance be modified to provide requirements for existing developments that respect the existing conditions on the ground and yet benefit the maximum use of those resources in the community.
I guess I can speak a little bit. It was 11 years ago that I was in this room. The room was crowded. People were all against quote-unquote big box. We can call something big box or we can call it larger retailer. Big box is a nasty name. And I remember Roger is not among us anymore, Ace Hardware owner, and he was against it. He has 2 hardware stores which supplies Lincoln City. He was against it. And I didn't even know he owns 2 larger stores. I said, why you're against it? He says, because if I am doing good in this town, people are not going to go to Home Depot. They're going to come to me. And he was against it. He made a speech. I was against it. I believe that I own a chain of cinema, movie theater in town, and believe it or not, I was the only one that broke the monopoly in the whole United States of America. I was applauded by people in Show West. I was the one that made a small theater get first run. You know what? After I made my lousy one-screen cinema to a first run, I killed every movie came to my theater because people wanted nicer places to go. It wasn't nothing to do with monopoly. People go places that they want to go. They go places that they are providing better service, more movies to see. Maybe a child wants to go to see a child movie and you want to go to see adult movie. What's wrong with having a multiplex? Well, I learned my lesson and I made a multiplex, and then I converted all my theater to shopping malls for Columbia Sportswear and so on. Economy always dictate what has to go where. We cannot sit in here and say, 60,000. The Planning Commission asked, why 60,000? What's the answer? The planners are here. Why 60? Why not 75? Why not 25? Well, it was dictated by another special group that they had 55,000 square feet. They thought, you know, competition shouldn't be Winco. Winco coming in this town, grocery is going to go to half price. I'm not poor. I buy from Winco. Winco is so busy because I buy the same things that another competitor sells for $8 per pound for $4. And I'm not poor. And it's fresh because constantly they sell because they don't charge too much. Everybody buys, and therefore they make their profit on a volume. Everybody benefits. I get a fresh product for cheaper price, and the competition has to compete. So why 60,000? I never know why 60. You ask why 64? What we need? Well, we had a retailer, from Oregon, Fred Meyer, came to us several months ago and said, "Oh, we want to make a small store around 64 to 68,000 square feet." And I thought, well, we could do around 60, probably 6,000 because we can get 10%. But on the other hand, because we already have in the same complex 80,000 square feet, we can accommodate you. So the deal didn't go through. We're not really right now concentrating on one retailer. I think my children might benefit from this. And today you have this in your hand to help us out to make a restriction on a trade go away. You cannot tell people you have to build 60,000 square feet. Why 60? Why 75? Why? Said that 60. 60 was designed by people that they benefit from that day. One of the planning commission very fluently said on the night a couple of weeks ago that this was a chaos. This was absolutely absurd. And he remembered that. But I remember Roger told me that, you know what? If they want to bring in Home Depot, I welcome Home Depot because they cannot beat my service. People are still going to buy from me. And he was against it. God bless his soul. He passed away. You all know him. You know, he was against it in that night. I was against it. So what they did, they said existing places could be rebuilt so I can build up to 88,000 square feet on my place, which is 90,000 square feet. You know, as soon as the grocery outlet lease is up, I can build 90,000 square feet. Well, that shouldn't be even discussion. Whatever I build, it should be supported by the amount of land I have or how much parking I can provide. Not because city said so, but because somebody in town decided to come in and massage everybody and get them excited that, oh, we're going to bring Walmart. Walmart is never going to come in here. They got a place in Newport. So what I'm asking you tonight is be fair to the people like myself. I did not get my money from, Money Tree. I work hard. When I bought that property, I didn't know that a whole bunch of politicians are going to tell me you can't build more than 60,000 square feet. When I bought my property, I thought I own my property. Why the city owns my property? Why a special interest group come and say, make the no big box come to this town? What's big box? There's no such a thing as a big box. These are retailers, large retailers. Is Fred Meyer big box? Please, everybody says that. So what? Big box is Costco. Would you think Costco would come here? Costco requires 150,000 population within 5 miles. We cannot provide that in here. So Costco is a big box or big retailer. Home Depot. You think Home Depot is going to come to a town with a 6,000 or 7,000 population? Never. So what we have is maybe a place like Fred Meyer. Maybe Winco would come to town. Who knows? Winco has made a special interest in coming to town. These are good for us. These bring prosperity. People come from a mile away to shop from Winco because they can feed their family for fresh food at a cheaper price. But please do not tell us what to do with our property, how many square feet you can build, because we work hard for our money. We did not make our money out from a money tree. And I beg you to get this ordinance, go away, and please help us out to make this town prosperous. We can bring jobs that our children don't have to go out of. There's nobody stays in this town because there's no decent job. Let's say Fred Meyer, for example. They're going to pay good wages. They're going to have a health insurance. They're going to have 90 people in there. So what is wrong with that? What's wrong with that? We're going to benefit. We're going to have a place that sells TVs and so on. I want to apologize for being so stirred up by the fact that somebody ties my hand and says, I'm going to beat you up, by the way. So hopefully tonight you make the decision which would be historical and let people know that Lincoln City is not a communist state. It is a liberal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, council, now would be time questions of the applicant that you might have.
I do, Mr.
Okay.
Mayor. I used to shop at a Fred Meyer, which was less than 60,000 square feet. So if Fred Meyer wanted to come in here, they can come in here with 60,000 feet or less if they so choose. So I don't see the point that for 4,000 square feet more, they can't come in here. They wouldn't come in here. I don't believe it.
I cannot put a 60,000 square feet.
I'm just saying that I don't believe that is that big of an impediment. If they want to have a superstore, one of these gigantic things, yes. But if they want to have a store, 60,000 square feet is very adequate. That's where we came up with it when we were on the council before.
So
And
can I answer that? Maybe you did not read the code right. So I have 80,000 square feet in my building.
you have separate buildings.
No.
Mr. Amani, could you get into the mic?
Yes.
Either move it over to...
You do have separate buildings. I only live a few blocks away.
No. My building that has housed the Buy Mart and Grocery Outlet and Blockbuster and Goodwill is 82,000 square feet. If I right now want to put Fred Meyer at a 62,000 square feet, I only have 40,000 square feet. I cannot bring Fred Meyer in that center. But I do have a parking lot for it. Yeah, so that's, but you're right. I don't know, why they want to have 68, and I tell you why they want to have a 68. What they told me, they have a Fred Meyer in Burlingame, in Barber Boulevard, and it is 68,000, and they do have a plan already done for it, and they thought that that's probably what they want to be. Now, they might cut it out and make it 62, but I can't have them in there. I can't have a retailer like that. So, yeah, that's it. Yeah.
If I could also comment on that, the difficulty with having a square footage limit isn't that Fred Meyer might not be able to fit into a smaller envelope. The question is whether Fred Meyer will be interested in fitting into that envelope based on their economic analysis of the community, the demographics, all the other factors involved. What we're really looking at is not square footage as some kind of an absolute thing. We're saying that the economics of the situation should determine what is appropriate for a particular retailer that wants to come into the community. If they want to come in and they have a certain square footage that they feel is appropriate for this community based on the economics, the demographics, all the other factors, and they're going to be bringing jobs and other things like that, we're basically, with the current ordinance, saying you're not welcome here because you're big. What we should be saying is, because you're big, we're going to ask you to do some special things to be a better neighbor to the rest of us. But we shouldn't be telling them they're not welcome. The community will suffer from their not being here.
So I guess that begs the question of your Lighthouse Square, has empty buildings and not big boxes, but big spaces.
Yes.
They were occupied at one time.
Yes.
They're not now.
Yes.
And so thus, I guess I'm wondering out loud, by having a bigger box, bigger footprint, bigger unlimited footprint, for some reason, that will attract more tenants?
No, what it is, so the ordinance says
type of tenant?
existing structures or existing centers can have 10% added to the size. Right. I already have one common building which is 82,000 square feet. I only have 40,000 square feet, and I only can go 44,000 square feet. But I do have a land, and I can go up to 60 or 70. So I cannot expand on that building because of the ordinance passed in the past. Yeah. Okay. So did I explain myself?
No, that's all right.
So let me maybe make.
Well, let me try. If I'm hearing you right, your buildings, because there's a tenant there now. Is that why you're at 40?
No,
okay.
Because of its size. It's already 82,000 square feet.
Is that the building that used to be Goodwill and,
yes,
and
yes.
that whole and wraps around
yes.
down to 60s Cafe?
Yes.
That is how big?
82,000.
Okay, 82,000. So that's bigger than 60,000.
Yes.
So in theory, that could be you could carve out your 60 out of that.
But we have already tenants in there.
That's what I asked a minute ago, and you said no. The reason is because you have a tenant in the middle of it.
You're right, but...
Okay.
Yeah,
So there's plenty of building there to do a Fred Meyer, or as you've used the different
Absolutely.
examples. Okay. That's all so it's a matter of shifting tenants, not that they're shiftable, but, in theory, there's plenty.
When the grocery outlet lease is up and the other people, then I can build up to 90,000 square feet according to the ordinance.
Yeah.
But right now, I cannot bring in a 64,000 square feet Fred Meyer in conjunction with a grocery outlet. Maybe it would be eventually agreed on, but that's the problem I have.
Sure.
I personally have, but I'm not saying this is about me. I'm talking about this is about everyone. We did not spend our hard money to be limited by a politician.
So how does, what would your suggestion be as a way, as I was reading some of the Planning Commission's stuff about encouraging or somehow satisfying the concern of a community of empty buildings? Big boxes or larger retail spaces sometimes go empty. Stay empty for a long time. I think Lincoln City has enjoyed that flavor with an old Copeland lumber.
Yes.
Took a long time, and that wasn't overly large. Sat empty for a long time as, eyesore and everything else. So as a developer, as an owner, I'm looking for comfort, advice from you, comfort that would go into direction for a city. How do you prevent the long-term eyesore?
Let me explain that you have a very impressive planning commission. I own property in every county and cities. I've been doing this for 40 years, and I very seldom sell properties. And I've been in. My wife says you're more in places like here than in the house, but. I want to tell you, I was quite impressed with Planning Commission. They did look at this, and it took us 2 or 3 hours, I believe. Yeah, very, and I was very impressed with their thought. I congratulate you. Maybe you might not agree with them, but I think that they did a great job. I want to tell you that there's a couple of things in there that was mentioned, encouraged, and the staff says it has to be, and I read the transcript, and the encouraging is a great sentence, because, if I end up by ever getting this property with another, general store or another grocery store, I would like to be something that I'm proud of. I don't want to have junk. I've never had a junk. When I came in here, I spent lots of money to remodel this place. But then, city sold the property to Bi-Mart, and I lost my tenants. And then Goodwill moved out. But Goodwill historically always owned their own building, and Bi-Mart historically their own building, and we knew that. So we bought this property to bring in places, people like, maybe Winco, or maybe Target, or maybe, Fred Meyer, or maybe a larger retailer altogether, Ross Dress for Less. I have tried to market that property for last 4 years. And unfortunately, people except the local, like Fred Meyer, do not agree with the level of income and the population around Lincoln City. This is very viable. We get 40-mile trade. We prove to them that we have 40-mile trade center. People come from 40 miles to shop in Lincoln City. How could I cannot disclose how much groceries come out of my building, but it is huge. And if everybody buys everything at my center, it would never accomplish even 1/10 of it. So. And Chamber of Commerce did a study that we have a 40-mile draw, and we have gone through the larger, but they don't take my word. They don't take the realtor word.
Mr. Ramani, I don't want to stay till 10:30 listening to this like Planning Commission. So can we? The question was,
Yes.
Do you have some suggestions that could be built in here to improve, the encouragement of if a building, big spaces stay empty?
I think Stuart did answer on that,
Because those are the kind of fears that a community has, and that's what builds the concern about larger buildings.
We agree with that 100%. We are going to put it in the lease that they cannot leave the building and put a restriction that nobody can rent it for the next 10 years. We think that's a great idea, because if they know that is coming from your side, rather than even talking to me about it, they know that they cannot do that. There are many good suggestions in there. There are a couple of them we did not kind of agree with, but you can say about that.
Yeah, I mean, the things that we're most concerned about are those that would be perfectly reasonable to ask of a new development going in on raw land, because they can design the land to suit all of those requirements. Trying to impose some of those requirements on an existing commercial development get a little bit strange at best. For example, putting multifamily on a 6,000 square foot addition to a 60,000 square foot existing makes no sense, because if you're not going to do it over the entire footprint, there's no purpose in doing it, and it would make the end result look strange, out of place. Putting parking into small areas, same thing. There'd be a higher cost to go in and redo the parking to accommodate those small areas than would be worth.
Yeah, and that makes good sense. That, again, is why I asked the original question of staff, why isn't there a variable? And a good answer. So is, in fact, a conditional use permit or something make more sense? Because you're making good points for, a bloody 2,000 square feet more, or, pick a number, small. But once you start, which your proposal did, was unlimited, then I think an ordinance has to cover into a broader perspective. So maybe there's a way to, bring this back to what you specifically need, which is more than adequate even for new construction. I don't know, but I understand. That was the first thing I read here. What was the one? Shall be 2 or more stories or be suitable for construction to support in a second story. Now, I interpret that to be not just your addition, but the whole thing. But to reinforce that, is mind-boggling expense.
That's millions of dollars expenditure that you might never come to.
Somehow we got to find a way, that in existing.
I think that, like I said, most of the requirements in here seem perfectly reasonable for a new development, developed land. Maybe it's a matter of finding language that is focused on the intent, as the staff commented, relative to conditional use or design review. I mean, most of these things could probably be resolved through a design review process for existing facilities, and not begin getting into conditional uses and variances, which are a lot more onerous and probably not necessary. I mean, no developer is going to go in and do something purposefully inhumane, inaccessible, or ugly, because he's going to want the place to be visited by the people he's intending to serve. So I think we need to find that compromise in there.
Look, what's the useful life of this center left?
Well,
I mean, where you wouldn't be doing major remodeling, because in essence what you might be looking at is a tear down and
I don't think it's going to be a tear down, because I have grown to understand that I will be retired soon. Not because I'm old, because I cannot pay the permit and cost of the construction. I think we are going to be the nation like where I came from. In my country, my mother uses Pepsi Cola bottle to save orange juice for the winter. I think we're going to be more of a recycler, and I think our center would probably survive many years to come because it's a concrete block. I don't think the only thing we have that is dangerous is our roof is wood, but I think the useful life of that center with a little bit of twig would be another 100, 150 years. God forbid if we don't have earthquake, because these are not really earthquake-proof building. Now, if new building comes in, that would be a case.
Why don't we, if it's all right, no other questions or comments, have you excuse and we'll go for public comment now? Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, Chester.
The Planning Commission, Mr. Imami, favored a requirement that large retail stores must be multi-story, or have rooftop parking, or have the type of construction that supports and facilitates multiple stories or parking.
They did not say must. They said that they encourage. They encourage. Yes, the word is encourage. Yes, they encourage that, and I would believe that we should be all encouraged to do if the economic is there. Now remember, this is a synergy area for the Lincoln City, and all buildings are similar, like Safeway, and all of that is not yet developed to that. If I were building where Goodwill built, I would definitely encourage to have 3 or 4 story like this building. But that area is all secluded, and it's a trade area where people go buy shop, food and accessories and television and this and that. So I would say that they said they encourage, and I think if the economic is there, encourage is a great word for it, because we would push for it, because there's money to be made on this kind of a situation.
Does the current construction of your building not allow multi-story?
No, not at all. No, except the 2-story I have, which is already where the McMenamins are. I have been owning this place for 17 years, and I had it only temporarily occupied by Sears, and they moved out. And since then, the place has been empty. I have 90% vacancy, and actually, the reason I have some problem people to see through my building is that 2-story is an eyesore, and when you go by, it's all empty. 2-story is in Oregon is not yet in Oregon in total. In Portland, Lake Oswego, we see that in California, in Santa Monica, there's every shopping mall is 2-story, 3-story. In fact, Dave's Bridal is always go to the 2nd story. For some reason, they don't want to go 1st story because people see them better. In Lincoln City is not yet, or in Oregon is not yet the custom.
And you feel that the 2nd story of the McMenamins portion is empty because it's 2-story?
I believe so, because I had a gentleman that wanted to bring in a glass shop and couldn't afford downstairs, where used to be a mailbox, etc. And I suggested to him for half price to go upstairs, and he says, I'm not going to go there. I get 2 or 3 calls a week from people, and I try to tell them that this is here expensive, but I can give you half price upstairs, and I have not been able to get one recruited. So it is not yet time for it, but maybe 10 years from now, maybe 50 years from now would be the time. I don't know. I think this is what I'm saying. I'm an economist. I think demand and supply should speak for themselves.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you both.
Thank you very much.
Now's the time for public comment and testimony, and we had a couple of people sign up. This is item number G8, and it's Jeffrey Jensen.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, gentlemen, Henry. Happy Veterans Day, Chief. My name is Jeffrey Jensen. I'm a resident of Lincoln City. I'm Secretary of the Board of Tronder Corporation, which operates FedEx Ground in Lincoln County and Western Benton County. I'm also the manager of Lighthouse Donuts, located adjacent to Lighthouse Square. I'm in favor of the proposed amendment. I'm also in favor of working with the city also to come up with the conditional use. Looks like it's the appropriate way to go. Therefore, we can discriminate against the retailers who want to do business there, to put it honestly. I do business in that square. I'm not afraid of a big retailer coming in there. I'm not afraid of a donut shop coming in there. I'm not afraid of the retailer having a bakery. I do business, they do business, we do business. The trade area that I do business in, and according to my receipts, like Mr. Amami alluded to, I don't do business to Lincoln City, I do business in Lincoln City for Lincoln City. I take money from a trade area that extends from Tillamook to McMinnville to Salem to Newport. Anything within that trade area I can compete with. Anybody comes within that trade area, I have a chance. And I spend my money here. I've paid more money to the school than I have myself this year, and I will continue to do so. We work hard, and we're really not afraid of having a big retailer. We have the same biases as anyone else who lives here, and with the eyesore thing, like I really applaud everyone working on the trying to avoid the eyesore. It's the position I'm stuck in. It's the position Mr. Amami is stuck in, and it seems to be the position that the council is trying to avoid. But we're stuck in a position where that eyesore is being perpetuated, and I think it would be a good time to stop it. We just had an election, so we've brought a lot of attention to the economics of the town and our low wages. It would be nice to raise some wages. I make money off people's disposable income, and under $30,000 average, I can't get a dollar from a citizen. So it's okay. It's okay to be apprehensive, and I understand that. At the same time, if we don't do more, then we're just going to keep on ending up with less. And I'd like that cycle to stop. We can continue to be vigilant, but at the time where we're telling businessmen that they can't do business, what do you want me to do with my life? And like the Regan said, tomorrow is Veterans Day. So instead of just saying it, we should all probably pick up our phones and call one. Would be my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you. Stuart, you're there. And how about Kent Ceda?
Hi, my name is Kent Ceda, and I reside at 2545 Southwest Anchor Avenue, Lincoln City, 97367. You know, I'm just kind of reading the body language of the board, and I was elected for 25 years at Clackamas County, and I sat in your positions, and we did a lot of planning and that sort of thing. And so I'm kind of feeling that what you want to do is your natural tendency to say no to anything. You know, and the mayor brought up really the case in point, the Copeland Lumber Yard. There was a fellow came in to this city council and wanted to develop it. He wanted to put box containers in there and storage and that sort of thing. And a comment from Randy that was on the city council, we don't want any big-time Portland developers down here. And what did it do? It said empty and was an eyesore. Do you know that, Mayor? Do you remember when that happened? Okay, so here we are again, right? We have Mr. Imami. He's been a neighbor of mine in Westland for many years. We've done business in the past. He's a man of super integrity. You have an opportunity to bring somebody with the financial wherewithal and the ability to really improve this community and bring jobs so when kids graduate from Taft High School, they don't have to move to Salem or something else. They can develop their careers right here in Lincoln City. And yet I feel hostility towards any kind of a change. And I would just really, really, really encourage you to go ahead and get rid of this dopey 60,000 square feet thing. Just get it off the books. I remember when Marcia Burnett, and God knows she was a friend of mine really, but she came up with this idea, I don't know, to stop whatever happened. And I remember we wanted to do the CETA Center, and absolutely no, that couldn't happen. We went to court and won that. But the demographics of this city have just been awful. There's been no new jobs come to town, 3 tattoo parlors, but they're running out of skin. And so really we're wondering what's going to happen next. And here you have an opportunity to bring a first-class person to make a first-class investment and make this a first-class community. And I urge you to go along with his proposal. I've submitted a list of things which actually turn out to mirror about what the Planning Commission lady said. But the other thing that I really would want you to get rid of is this second-story requirement. You know, yes, you don't have a whole lot of places to put big stores that employ a lot of people. But when you're trying to limit it to second stories and this and that, people aren't just going to come. We had some conversations with Albertsons to come down where we were going to develop the CETA Center, and they were interested in getting that. We could put together about 6 or 7 acres. Well, the city killed that. They raced in and said, we want to put a city park down there, and so they raced down. I was dealing with Newport about getting the county, you know, the Lincoln County, about buying that property and potentially putting together so that an Albertsons come in there, but the city killed it. The city's looking like they want to kill this. I mean, come on. Let's get in the modern time. Get rid of some of these antiquated things that you had that were brought on by public sentiment, not by good logic, and go along with what Mr. Mammy would like to propose. I believe you'll be really, really thankful. The city will prosper. Everyone will prosper, and I urge you to go ahead and support it. So thank you very kindly, and I'd like to have you look at the submittal that I gave. I think I gave some pretty good reasons of why you should go ahead, and resist that tendency to say no that sits with people who are in your position on the other side of the bench. I was there for 25 years. I think I can crawl in your skin and know how you think, and I really would appreciate that you would resist that no thing, and for once, go ahead and do it. Let's not have another Copeland store situation. Thank you very much.
Mr. Cita, can you tell me when Copeland vacated and when Joe Weston bought it?
I can't remember the year.
Was there, not overnight, a long time, right?
No, there wasn't. No, it wasn't a very long time. In my
what's a long time
I'm 75
in your
years
vernacular?
old. How many years? 10 years is just a...
yeah, okay. All right, now you've got the range, okay.
Okay.
And the other is, I know you'll want to apologize to Dave Price about your comment about no new jobs in Lincoln City, because he reports every year the jobs that at least come through or generated by the Small Business Development Center. So it's all right. You know,
how many were generated, Mr. Mayor?
85 jobs the last time he reported in a year.
85 new jobs.
Correct.
And how many empty buildings do you have sitting around?
You know,
well, I apologize if I offended the council.
No,
my intention was to come bring a spirit of trying to improve the city. We've always been trying to improve the city, so I apologize if I've offended your sensibilities.
Just trying to get some of the facts right. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Scott Whipple?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. And how about Ken Gregg?
Good evening, Mayor, distinguished Mayor and Council, and people here to visit us this evening. My name is Ken Gregg. I reside in Otis. In relationship to a dog in the fight, as I had mentioned to the Planning Commission, I'm a former night manager of Spirit Mountain Casino. I sat on 7 boards here in Lincoln City, Cultural Center, Hospital Board, and 3 school boards, to name a few. Haven't been president of the Rotary Club, which is small businesses. I understand some of the perplexing problems. Don't live in a Pollyanna society. That's basically what we're doing at this particular point. I've lived in many places throughout the nation, and we are, fortunately or unfortunately, designated by a lot of people as an antique store town, besides being a community for visitors to come and look at the beautiful ocean. Well, I'm one of those antiques, unfortunately, and that's where I bring up the Pollyanna society. My children have to live here and thrive and prosper, or they're going to go someplace else. If you don't feed your dog and cat at home, what happens to him? He either leaves or he dies. It's the same thing with your plants. If you limit a lot of things within the Lincoln City area without constant overview on what you're doing, you're going to do the same thing to your children and grandchildren. All that I ask of you, not necessarily in favor of Mr. Imami or anybody else other than our community, take a good close look. I am in favor of the expansion simply because it gives us an opportunity to grow as a city. Thank you for your time.
Would you mind, when you say expansion, because the proposal is unlimited, so is that what you're...
No, what I'm saying is historically in the past, you have to understand, I've been here just a limited amount of time. I've only been here 25 years. If you was to talk to my kids, they'd say I'm ancient in that respect. But what I've seen in the past is a stymied economy because of our lack to grow. And it isn't based on any one of you singular individuals up there. I think you've all done a fine job. And when you oppose something, there needs to be two sides to a discussion. I don't look at your opposing things in a negative way, but look at them clearly and remember that our children and our grandchildren are the ones that are going to inherit all of this in the end. But the expansion, like you say, Dick, I don't have any suggestions in relationship to the limitations.
So you'd be okay with eliminating the square footage max altogether?
From what I've seen in the past, I'm okay with it being eliminated, yes.
Okay. I just wanted to distinguish between what Mr. Amani was kind of talking about was all he needed was an addition, a couple of thousand square feet, versus the real proposal is one of limiting the condition at all of square footage.
Yeah, you're designed as an entity itself as a public commission to determine the rules and regulations regarding that, which is exactly what you're doing here this evening. And I look forward to that continuing discussion in relationship to how that's going to turn out.
Great. Thank you very much for coming forward. That's it on the number of people who actually signed up to testify. Is there anybody else that wishes to make a public statement at this time?
Once again, Jim Hoover, 3150 East Devils Lake Road. Members of the council, just one thing I heard in some of the brief comments that I was able to listen to was that there are very few places in Lincoln City that we could actually have what's being called a big box store. And I would like for you to ask staff how many places could actually presently handle a 60,000 or 70 or 80,000 square foot building. Because on one hand, we're talking about this potential sky is falling scenario where if we open this up and allow Mr. Amami to increase the size of that building, we might have, Walmarts and Targets and Kmarts and huge facilities all over Lincoln City. On the other hand, how many places really are there that we're talking about? If it's one or two, then the sky isn't falling, it's just simply blue. So I think that's a pertinent part of the conversation I'd like to hear discussed is, really what we're talking about when we're talking about allowing this type of economic development.
Great, thank you. Anyone else?
My name's Yvette Geyser, and I live on the north end of Lincoln City. I would really be saddened to see that vacant, to be perfectly honest. Also, I think you need to look at your vision for what's down the road. You have the villages of Cascade Head. You have this Palisades development coming up. You have more housing possibilities on the northern end of this town, and you need a bigger store there, just for the future. So that's really all I have to say.
Thank you. Anyone else? Now would be the time.
My name is Jerry Warner. I live at 1233 Lakewood. I didn't intend to speak on this whatsoever tonight, but after listening to the conversation going on here between the council and the developer, I felt that somebody needed to say some things in favor of the development. And one of the big things that was presented tonight when we went through the screen scenario up here is the fact that there was nothing mentioned about all of the jobs that might be created by a new shopping area, shopping center, whatever you want to call it. First of all, we don't know what kind of a business would be going in there, but when the original ordinance was passed, and I was still involved in economic development, and talking to some of the people that were involved in it, they said that they were trying to protect the small businesses in town by limiting the size of those buildings. So let's just take a look at what you got going down here in the main drag. You got barber shops, you got antique shops, you got coffee shops, you got service station bars, you got appliance stores, you got a Christmas shop, you got beauty shops, banks, doctor's office, vacant stores, pet stores, and title companies. And I can't see whether a small Fred Meyer, if they decided, that's been the rumor, would come in here, how it's going to have any adverse effect on the small businesses, because normally none of these small businesses would have any effect or be affected at all by any larger business. And I damn sure would rather see a small Fred Meyer or some other type of a store go in there than sitting there looking at what we're looking at now in those empty stores. And now, one of the things that I'm going to bring to you is the fact that all you got to do is drive to Newport, and you'll see the people in Newport down there. They're Lincoln City people. They're in the Walmarts. They're in the Fred Meyers. They're shopping all over Newport, and the rest of them are on their way to Salem. So let's grow up a little bit around here and let these people put in some stores that will try to keep the shopping locally here rather than having them drive out of town every day. And like I say, at the time when this ordinance was passed, I couldn't understand the significance of it, but basically that was the reason for doing it, to try to protect the people that are in here. You go to Newport, you can find industrial, commercial property down there that is filled up in the South Beach area, and so you've got all the shopping you want right 24 miles down the road. So let's try to keep some of it here in town. And I'm surprised that the Chamber of Commerce isn't up here tonight trying to talk to you about bringing more business into this community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else care to make a comment?
Hi, Don Williams. Thank you for letting me speak. I wanted to just touch on, as a very small business owner and then also a larger business owner, my perspective on this is the protection of mom and pop stores is important. It's a foundation of our community. However, those jobs, my jobs, say at the cafe, there will never be a middle management position. There will never be someone in the $40,000 to $60,000, $70,000 range ever. It's just, by definition, it won't exist. That's why I think we need to look at these opportunities that we're being presented with to have a bigger company that can offer those benefits to people who want to stay in this town and have a family, buy a home, and stay long-term and be parts of the community. So that's all I had to say on that.
So, Mr. Williams, that begs the question, since in your other life, you know, we're reading some of the kind of stuff that came from Planning Commission, and you've heard the testimony from Mr. Romani. Some of these things are economically prohibitive, i.e. the 2 stories requirement. So could you help us a little, if you know, we read minutes and stuff.
Right.
So, you know, I know minutes don't capture everything. So could you share a little bit of some of these things that Mr. Romani saw as very detrimental for himself, great for new construction?
Right, and I think there was a general misunderstanding on planning about that. Because as I was discussing it with some people, I said, I don't even think we asked that fundamental question, was the center to be raised and new? Because everything that we were presented with was a new picture, saying here's a new building, here's a new building, here's a new building. Okay, we honestly didn't even ask that question. In light of that, I would say, I understand retrofitting is not going to be possible or economically possible, and we probably would have not even discussed that. But I did want to push that, it's my goal, just as a member of the community, is to see, I want to see some more multi-use. Now, whether I get that or not, I don't know, but I've seen it work in Portland and in Gresham, where you have residential above commercial. It works well. Now, as far as if you got to pay for it to be built, that's a whole other matter.
Yeah.
Well, again, that's the dream versus the reality, and we try to find that middle ground then.
And I share that same vision with you, because I've seen the housing above retail and...
Right, and we have a few here in town. And I was just in Newport at...
Fred Meyer's got the mezzanine
exactly.
kind of thing.
And I was admiring in downtown Newport, down by Nye Beach, they have the same thing set up. There's beautiful commercial down below, nice condos up above, or whatever they are. It's housing. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I had to catch you while you were up here. Anybody else that missed the opportunity, soon to go by? Okay. Yes. Let's just finish up with this. We can. Now's the time for, we just had the public comment. Is there any person in the audience that did not? We've done that. Is there any comment from representatives of public agencies? Is there, if there is comments, if there is a motion to close the record, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Seconded.
So there's a motion, separate motions? Or
The hearing and the record?
Hearing and the record. So there's a motion to close the public hearing and the public record. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none. Council. Your pleasure. We're getting late with plenty more agenda. I'm wondering if we could push this to another council meeting?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
And so we can keep going? So to entertain a motion would, let me look to staff, the next council meeting is the 24th. Is that too early, looking for staff? So to entertain a motion to...
Your deliberations until the 24th of November?
Right.
I would so move.
Second.
We have all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. We're there. Could we take a 5-minute recess and then reconvene for the next public hearing?
Yes. Yeah.
On record.
All right, let's call back into recess, or now into a
Session. From recess.
From recess, thank you. All right. Our next item on the agenda is another public hearing. This is the public hearing to receive public comment on city-initiated legislative amendments regarding locations and standards for medical marijuana dispensaries. This is medical marijuana. The public hearing is now open for the purpose of considering amendments to the zoning ordinance. The proposal is identified as file ZOA 201403. The public hearing concerns a city-initiated proposal to specify where medical marijuana dispensaries may locate and establishes standards for dispensaries, including but not limited to minimum distance from schools or other dispensaries and hours of business. The ordinance will allow medical marijuana dispensaries in the general commercial zone, Nelscott Business District, Ocean Lake Main Street Highway, and in the Taft Village core within 100 feet of Highway 101. The Planning Commission held a public hearing on this matter on October 21st and forwarded recommendations as outlined in staff's council's communication. The City Council's role in this legislative process is to consider any written or oral testimony as well as information from staff and make a final decision as to ordinance amendments or new ordinances. The City Council may adopt the Planning Commission recommendations, may adopt a different recommendation, or may take other action, including declining to make any ordinance revisions. Are there any objections to the Council's jurisdiction? Councilors, are there any abstentions or disqualifications based on conflict of interest? Hearing none. The substantive criteria that apply to this hearing include the statewide planning goals, the city's comprehensive plan, and the unamended portions of the city's zoning ordinance. Comments and testimony shall be directed to these criteria or to other criteria that you believe apply to the subject of this hearing. Before the staff presents a report, I would like to summarize the public hearing procedures which have been adopted by the City Council. A brochure outlining those procedures is at the entrance of the council chambers. The staff will present a report and respond to any questions. After that, any person may speak for up to 3 minutes. City Recorder will use the light system. If the council has questions of the speakers, your time responding to any questions will not be counted in your time limit. If you wish to speak, please write your name and mailing address clearly on the sign-up list at the entrance. Please speak directly into the microphone and begin by stating your name. It is not necessary to state your address in the video record, but please be sure you have provided your address to the recorder for notification purposes. If you also have written testimony to submit into the record, please provide a copy to the recorder. Staff, your
Thank you,
report.
Mayor. The lights and the screen, please. The city enacted a moratorium on medical marijuana dispensaries last spring, and that is set to expire at the end of the year. State law says that dispensaries must be at least 1,000 feet from school property, must be at least 1,000 feet apart, and this shows where the medical marijuana dispensaries are now in Lincoln City. The red dots in the middle of those blue circles. The blue circles are 1,000 feet, 1,000-foot radius, so it shows where dispensaries basically have to stay outside of those blue circles. The green areas are the areas where it's proposed that under the zoning that dispensaries would be allowed just as a matter of zoning. So there's a 1,000-foot buffer around each of the dispensaries. Then the state law also requires that dispensaries not be located within 1,000 feet of any property containing public or private schools, primarily attended by minors, so it's elementary schools, middle schools, and high schools, and career schools. So this map shows where they are in the city now. The gray areas are the areas in which medical marijuana dispensaries are prohibited now under state law. The blue circles can overlap the gray a little bit because, again, it's just the store itself that has to be outside the gray, and not that 1,000-foot buffer around them. So we have the moratorium that was enacted. It allows medical marijuana's, there's exceptions to the moratorium. It allows dispensaries in the general commercial zone in the Ocean Lake Plan District, just part of the Ocean Lake Plan District, the part along the highway, which is we call the Main Street Highway District, and in the Nelscott Plan District, again, just in that section of it along the highway. And again, this expires at the end of the year. This proposal would replace the moratorium with permanent regulations on medical marijuana dispensaries. The new ordinance would add the Taft Village core to the zones in which dispensaries are allowed, but only within 100 feet of the highway. And that's done because of proposing that because Taft Village core is another commercial zone, essentially like a general commercial zone. But it does extend some distance from the highway, and it gets into more residential character. And so the 1,000 feet or the 100 feet would be similar to what is allowed in Nelscott now and in Ocean Lake now. It requires a permanent building. Can't operate from a trailer or anything like that, and that's a provision of state law. Can't be on the same property as a grow site. Again, that comes from state law. Hours of operation, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. That's a staff suggestion. There's nothing magic about those particular numbers. It was just thought that might you not have traffic late at night or very early in the morning, so it would be less disruptive, perhaps, if people are concerned about that. Of course, we allow pharmacies to be open as much as they want to be, and again, this isn't. We're not talking about recreational marijuana here. We're talking about medical marijuana. So. The ordinance would prohibit cultivation of marijuana or infusion of marijuana on the premises. And again, that also echoes state law. And it requires secure disposal, again, echoing state law. And no drive-throughs, so that the transactions have to be conducted inside the building. The Planning Commission held hearings and made a number of recommendations. In addition to the requirement that dispensaries have to be located at least 1,000 feet from property containing schools. They also suggested that they be 1,000 feet away from preschools, parks, and places of worship, requiring a 2,000-foot separation between dispensaries rather than the 1,000 that state law requires. The Planning Commission also recommended that there be a written plan for secure disposal of medical marijuana waste. That was brought up particularly in the context of we require a written plan for fats, oil, and grease disposal. This would be a similar kind of thing for marijuana waste. In addition, staff has some recommendations. There is a provision in the ordinance that requires that you be able to see into the dispensary, to be able to see transactions, and actually it turns out that's contrary to state law. So you could either just eliminate that or take out where it says you can't obscure and just say that you can obscure. Take out the negative. Staff also suggests that we add a sort of a disclaimer notice similar to what was done with the marijuana tax to just remind people that they have to comply with all federal, state, and local law, and that would not waiving any of those kinds of things. There's a lot of citations in the ordinance that for some reason I got almost all of them wrong. Citation to itself, in other words, I'm talking about adding this 17.80.110, it actually should be .120, and the mistake repeated itself a lot. So if we look at, again, this is the 1,000-foot buffer around the existing dispensaries. This is what state law requires, again, the 1,000 feet from any school. The Planning Commission recommended also adding 1,000 feet from preschools, and there's two where we've identified: the Head Start in southeast Lincoln City here, and the Samaritan Early Learning Center in the northeast section here. They also recommended having 1,000 feet from any place of worship, and we did the best we could to identify where those are, and this map, the gray circles, show where those facilities or where those places of worship are. And then they also recommended that there be 1,000 feet around any parks. So we've put a 1,000-foot buffer around parks, and then we put it all together. So you can see, again, the blue is where the dispensaries are, but it wouldn't be allowed to have another one within the blue circle. The gray would be the areas where, under the Planning Commission recommendations, they would not be allowed at all. So you would have this area down in Cutler City, up around 23rd Street, a little bit over by the mall, and at the extreme north end, it would be about what would be left under those provisions.
Pardon me, Mr. Townsend, would you go back one more?
Let's see.
Are current locations in violation here?
No.
Thank you.
Well, actually, a couple of them would end up being non-conforming. The one in Nelscott would not be non-conforming. This one here by Tams, I believe, would be in violation, so it would be non-conforming. The one at the extreme north end would not be non-conforming, but the one in Ocean Lake would be non-conforming. So we have two that would be in compliance and two that would not be able to comply.
And what are the consequences of not complying?
I believe since they already exist, and the city attorney can correct me on this, since they already exist, they would just be non-conforming.
Thank you.
So here's with the 2,000-foot buffer around each of them, and then with the all other areas where they would be prohibited under the Planning Commission recommendations. And again, this is what the state law requires now, and that's what the Planning Commission proposed. So I can take you back and forth between the, So that concludes.
That's it?
Staff report. Okay.
Please. Just so I understand, and I think you already answered it, but I just want to get it straight in my head. The ones that are there, if we pass these recommendations, while two of them would be non-conforming, they would still be permitted.
They'd be legally non-conforming.
Legally non-conforming,
right.
But they don't have to move.
Subject to the non-conformities article in your code, they are allowed to continue.
Right. Okay. I just wanted to make that distinction.
I believe that was just with the Planning Commission additional recommendations, not under the state law.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, I believe if they were not conforming with state law, they could not exist.
Right.
So if the state law was to change, they could end up.
Planning Commission. Yeah, gotcha. Okay, I just wanted to get it straight in my head.
So, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
So if either of those two that were non-conforming, legal non-conforming, left business, another one could not come in its place then?
That's,
Well, there's a discontinuance of 6 months.
yeah, if it was gone for more than 6 months, then they could not come back.
Say that again?
If it was discontinued for more than 6 months, it would not be allowed to be reestablished.
But if somebody bought the business and it stayed in place, it could continue on.
They could continue, yeah.
Okay.
Just be empty for 6 months.
Okay.
Not that you have the answer, but I understand we need to do this, or I think we need to do this. Given the November 4th people speaking of recreational marijuana and legalizing it, why, help me understand why medical then becomes so much more restrictive. Why are we doing this, whereas perhaps I could throw my card away and go to the Five and Dime and buy it?
Yeah, well, one thing is we don't know yet what the recreational rules will be, and it's not that this is becoming more restrictive. This came first, and then was sort of been overtaken by events.
Well, no, the recommendation for planning is more restrictive.
Yes.
Okay.
The medical marijuana provision in the statutes that were adopted fairly recently, including the law that authorized the moratorium, were not affected by the measure that passed. The measure that passed would have the OLCC start taking applications for retail sites. I think it's January 4th, 2016. So we have some time to deal with the recreational marijuana issue, but there is an existing regulatory framework, and we have a moratorium which expires on January 1.
Yeah, I understand that piece. I was trying to figure out how recreational would or wouldn't fit in, and both are legal products today, so.
And maybe when we know what the recreational rules will be, we can revisit the whole thing. But if we wait for that, then we have a situation where, we're not really not sure how they're allowed, how the dispensaries would be allowed without us doing something in place of the moratorium.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Question out of curiosity, can a city decide that they will not have medical or recreational marijuana within its boundaries or dispensaries?
I believe that there was a Cave Junction case that the League of Oregon Cities was helping them out with, and the court decided that they could prohibit marijuana in the jurisdiction. I don't have all the details, but apparently at least the League of Oregon Cities believes that we have that authority.
Okay, thank you.
That hasn't been decided statewide yet. That was just in that one county.
It was a lower court, so
the court ruled on that.
That's a precedent, however.
In that county.
In that county, I guess. Okay.
Johnson, I noticed added a bunch of things as the circles came up, and I'm wondering, again, because the minutes don't always show the discussion, all the discussion, but I'm wondering why we didn't include, or Planning Commission didn't include beaches or theaters or daycare centers, or the real gist of my question is, where does this stop? Because if we're concerned about something, we're going to have to roll up the sidewalks as well, because I've got we've got safe routes to school going on. We're trying to get kids walking, but they may not be able to get to the safe route with all this prohibitive stuff. So was there any kind of thought from planning that you could share with us, or was it just a list of stuff?
I think the commission's main thing was to focus on areas where children were likely to congregate. There was no discussion of beaches, for example, but and I don't know that there was no specific discussion of daycare centers that I remember, but I think that you get down in that age, and eventually, kids can't wander off to the dispensary or anything. So
the locked, secured dispensary that you have to have a card for and
right.
videotaped and okay. Other questions from council? Yes, go ahead.
All three recommendations from the Planning Commission abide by state law, don't they?
Yes. I mean, they're not inconsistent with state law. In other words, having the preschools, the parks and places of worship are more than what state law requires, but they're not inconsistent with state laws. No, they're not contrary to state law, for example. Same thing with the 2,000-foot buffer. And that kind of, so it's just more restrictive than state law requires.
Right. So more was added.
The League of Oregon Cities takes the position you have the charter authority to adopt reasonable regulations. The second law that was passed regarding medical marijuana, I can't remember the number, 1531, included specific authorization to enact reasonable regulations, including limitations on hours during which medical marijuana facility may be operated, and reasonable limitations on where a medical marijuana facility may be located within a zone described in ORS, and then the statute that talks about the industrial, commercial, the mixed-use zones where they're authorized, and reasonable conditions on the manner in which medical marijuana facility may dispense medical marijuana. Now, the League of Oregon Cities says this is just in addition to your existing charter authority, but it clearly says that you can get into, within one of these designated zones, like commercial, what reasonable limitations on where they may be located within that zone, and such as additional distance requirements. I think like McMinnville did something like you can't be within so many feet of a kindergarten or something like that. So it went further than state law, but not inconsistent with state law.
Thank you.
So as I'm looking at this, and Mr. Townsend, your comment back to me, which was a good one, kids wandering off. These are big circles. There'd be a lot more of my concern as a parent if my kid wandered off than the nearest medical dispensary with these 1,000-foot circles.
Right.
So, I'm also flashing back to just the previous public hearing we had about restraint of trade, opportunities, business, all that kind of stuff. And, from the same planning commission, this seems to be very restrictive in addition to state law. So I'm just mulling that stuff around. So I'm hoping we will hear from the public that if it's a big box shopping center or dispensaries, there must be some kind of common link here. It's just a statement. You don't have to answer.
I wasn't going to.
They're good. Other comments, thoughts? You got enough? So let me go to my script. Thank you, sir. Does the council, you have questions? Now is the time for public comment and testimony. And this is number 9 on the, and we had, is it Kelly Westmark?
Hi, I'm Kelly Westmark. I'm the pastor at the Lincoln City Church of the Nazarene and the principal of Little Lighthouse Preschool located in the same location. It is a private preschool for ages 3, 4, and 5 that meets Monday through Friday. I just want to encourage the city to adopt the Planning Commission's recommendations to be 1,000 feet away from a preschool, as well as first grade through 12th grade. So the difference is a 5-year-old or a 6-year-old, and the state law says, oh, if you're in first grade, it has to be 1,000 feet away, but 5-year-olds, not necessarily. So I'm just concerned about our kids in our city, and I know we can't do everything, but I want to do as much as we can possible to try to protect our kids in any way that we possibly can. So, thanks.
Okay, questions? Thank you. How about Robert Harrison?
Good evening. I'm Robert Harrison. I'm the pastor of Agape Fellowship, and I'm probably more knowledgeable about this than most of you that are up there. Our church ministers to homeless people and a lot of people with bondages, both alcohol, drugs associated, psychological problems. They end up with a lot of baggage. We're celebrating veterans. We have a lot of vets with a lot of psychological bondages. So I'm glad for the knowledge that God has given me. It's interesting how in America we've tried to keep government and church separated, and I understand that, and a true understanding of that is to keep the government out of the church, not to keep the church out of the government. And we're facing that now, because you're being asked to deal with a moral issue because of your children. And we can all agree on that. We care about our kids. And we don't want our kids corrupted. And with the old vice, alcohol, if you gave alcohol to a child, you would be arrested. Well, this is going to be a little more complicated. But just as alcohol can be abused, so can chemical drugs. And where is it going to stop? Are we going to have dispensaries, which is a new definition, and I try to talk on your level because I know how you operate, because when we started a church in Taft 28 years ago, I had to get a conditional use permit to come before the city council to have a church. I don't know how these dispensaries got in place to begin with, because there was nothing on the books showing what a medical dispensary was. Yeah, we've had pharmacies, but that was a different issue. But you have the responsibility, and it's a hard issue. I don't know how you're going to handle it. It does not belong in residential. It does not belong in recreational. Well, if it doesn't belong in recreational and it doesn't belong in residential, you've pretty much taken Lincoln City. You brought up a good point, Mayor. What about beach accesses? Do kids go down onto the beach? If it's 1,000 feet away from kids, period, well, you just cut off the beaches. You cut off the beaches, you cut off Lincoln City. You have a hard issue to figure out where you want them, or if you even want them. My own preference, and everybody sees things through their eyes, and I don't expect everyone to see as I see. My preference would be that the city would just decide that we don't want them. Because it's not going to stop with the medical dispensary. And then you're going to have shops all the way through Lincoln City selling marijuana. And then a few years down the road, you can have all the shops through town selling crank. Or selling heroin. Oh, I take heroin because I'm in pain. So now I have a heroin dispensary. Someplace you, as the fathers of Lincoln City, have to make the issue of
what do we want our town to be known for? I myself don't want Lincoln City known for drugs.
Thank you, sir.
Say, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Hey, Bob, would it be okay if I, and I know you're probably aware of a couple of these things, but when this first came up to us, it was because the state was requiring medical marijuana dispensaries to be able to operate in municipalities.
Right.
And so it's kind of dumb, I don't want to say dumb, but it was put into our lap, into our preview. And I'm not trying to justify this in any way. I mean, I can tell from listening to you that I'm not going to change yours or anybody else's mind that is thinking about this. But some of the questions that I was asking about how these dispensaries are operating is that the state is monitoring in real time the transaction that takes place, and it is taking place to a person that has a card that supposedly, well, not supposedly, that has been issued by a doctor. And so that's all we were looking at.
I understand.
I mean, that's not all we were looking at. We were looking at that relative to locations that those type of facilities be doing business in, and not thinking that somebody's coming by without a card and buying product nefariously to addict with. That's a whole different subject for a different.
And I understand that, Gary. But know that there is always abuse. If now that it's recreation is legal, there won't be so much abuse. But the people that wanted to smoke marijuana recreational would just go find somebody who had a card and get it. I mean, they know how to get around the system. And we don't like to think of that.
They won't actually need a card any longer.
Now they won't need a card. Right.
I mean, and that's a whole different.
That's a whole new ball field.
A whole
new ball field.
I mean, in a way, and I'm not trying to put this off onto somebody else, but it's actually a set of circumstances that the state has handed down.
Right.
That we don't really have I mean, we could, as a form of a protest or something, bar facilities for a period of time, but not be legal for us to do so. I don't believe.
Right.
We have to follow the law.
I understand that.
Okay.
I wouldn't want to be in your shoes. I really wouldn't. It's a hard choice.
Right.
And I want to say to Gary, I don't know how many know it, but he's a vet, and he served in Vietnam in the Marine Corps, and I thank you.
Bob, the rest of that story is Bob did also, and he was wounded there, and we were in the same exact location. So thank you, Bob.
Good. How about Phil Magnan, is it?
I gave a letter from many pastors from the North Lincoln Ministerial Association to you, Kathy. I gave those so you could hand them out. Thank you. My name is Phil Magnan, and I'm pastor of Calvary Chapel, Lincoln City. I'm also a father and a granddad to many grandchildren. When I consider the possibility of more marijuana dispensaries being open in Lincoln City, I'm aghast that there's already so many of them. You would have thought that we would steer clear of encouraging pot use among young people of this very nice city. Oh, sure, I know that there's some benefits for people who use marijuana. Some have real issues with terminal cancer, seizures, glaucoma, even though they represent only a fraction of the 1,165 residents of Lincoln County who are currently taking advantage of medical marijuana laws. It's astounding to me that somehow we'll tell the young people at our elementary schools and Taft High how bad marijuana is, and that it's bad for your mental and physical health, and the schools can even have policies that fire employees for using pot or even expel students for its distribution. And yet, after that student graduates, it's if by accident or by magic, suddenly, marijuana is the cure-all for everyone, including people with minor backaches or mythological maladies. Also, by some kind of miracle, when a student graduates from high school, marijuana is no longer a carcinogenic or won't harm them mentally or take their motivation away, even though science tells us differently. 21 Oregon cities have rules in place right now that effectively ban medical marijuana facilities. Why don't we show the same kind of leadership to protect our community? Even the Law Enforcement Council of Lincoln County condemned the expansion of any marijuana dispensaries. They see that marijuana use doubles the risk of deadly traffic accidents. Also, shouldn't we ask if the dispensaries bear any possible financial liability for any future fatalities due to the pot they disseminate? Los Angeles County District Attorney Jackie Lacey said dispensaries have already been exploited in California by criminal street gangs and other criminal enterprises, including drug cartels and organized crime. Are we so foolish to think that our community is immune from this kind of serious criminal activity? Respectfully, I ask you, council members of Lincoln City, is it really a good thing to have more dispensaries in light of the continued testimony of law enforcement, even scientists, medical personnel who say that marijuana is a danger to the community? Like it or not, you as a city council bear a huge responsibility of keeping this away from neighborhoods and schools. Jesus Christ himself said, if you cause one of these little ones to stumble, you might as well throw yourself into the sea. From what I can see, that sea is not far from any one of us. As far as I and many others are concerned, the pot party should have been over a long time ago, especially when the adults showed up. May this council lead this city with responsibility and wisdom, for what you do today will make a huge impact in the lives of the most vulnerable in Lincoln City. Please put greater distance between any of the medical marijuana dispensaries in Lincoln City, so that our town isn't known as Pot City instead of Lincoln City. Please keep these dispensaries away from places that children congregate, like churches and neighborhoods and schools and parks. You have every right to regulate something that will impact our community so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay. Kelly, is it Mallett? Mallett, sorry.
Hello, my name is Kelly Millette, and I'm here to ask you not to increase the distance between the medicinal marijuana dispensaries and places of worship, parks, or other dispensaries. I believe the state laws are more than sufficient to protect the public as well as serve the patients. I am the owner of Pipe Dreams Dispensary and the mother of 2 small children. After listening to the comments from the Planning Commission and here tonight, I realize many people are unclear on the purpose and the role of medical marijuana dispensaries in our community. Before opening our dispensary, my husband and I had to comply with pages and pages of rules and regulations. For example, we had to obtain a high-level security system, pass a criminal background check, and show proof of strict record keeping from intake to sale to prevent criminal before we were finally issued a license. Each dispensary is audited annually by an Oregon Medical Marijuana Program representative. And during our random audit in August, the OMMP representative had access to and inspected everything in our store. She also observed how we conduct business. And the entire process lasted over 4 hours. My point is that everyone is taking this very seriously. I also want to remind you that these dispensaries are medicinal, and the benefits of marijuana are irrefutable. So much so that nearly a dozen drugs are either approved or in the last stages of approval by the FDA that use the active chemicals in marijuana known as cannabinoids or their synthetic counterparts. People are in pain, and it's easier than ever to receive pharmaceutical drugs to help you sleep, combat depression, ease joint pain, nerve pain, or muscle aches, and many of these conditions were developed as a result of long-term pharmaceutical drug use. All of the pharmaceutical drugs have incredibly long lists of side effects. If people can find relief with an alternative like medical marijuana, why shouldn't they have the choice? The current rules are more than enough, and they're being strictly enforced with the threat of severe fines or even closure if found in violation. Please do not discriminate against dispensaries from other businesses like Walgreens or other pharmaceuticals by imposing unreasonable regulations. I also want to mention something I found interesting. I wonder what people, especially people here tonight, would consider what do you think that the average age of a medical marijuana patient might be? At our shop, we're required, and all shops, we're required to keep a copy of each patient's photo ID when they enter. And I went through each patient's year of birth to find the average age of our patients. I was surprised to find out that it was 68 years old. I want to thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. And Randy Mellon.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Randy Millett. Along with my wife, Kelly, I own and operate Pipe Dreams Dispensary here in Lincoln City. I just wanted to let you guys know, before we opened, we were in another location, and a school had opened up in a church, and we decided to move. We had to by law. When we assessed, we went through to find a suitable location. We made sure we tried to stay within the spirit of the law. And so we looked at things and we said, okay, we want to be general commercial. Now, this was before that the city, you guys had passed anything at all. On our own volition, we went through, we made sure we were on Highway 101, we made sure we were away from all schools, and we also actually went through and made sure we were away from the Head Start program, because to me, in the spirit of the law, that seemed to make sense. I am Christian. I know the Bible well. I only bring that up because many of the people here today are representing churches. I also take offense to the mythological pain and ailments comments that have been made. I, for one, have been one of those people. For the last 6 years, I've had this quote-unquote mythological pain that's been giving me lots of trouble. Pain and nausea have been symptoms for me personally. Recently, I used to get a lot of relief, I should say, from this pain by pushing in, almost like a Charlie horse or something muscular. And it's right about here I'd push in. Earlier this year I was doing that and I felt a lump. I got nervous and scared and felt it getting bigger. I went to a few doctors and recently just had a surgery to remove a tumor. Now, that may or may not be the cause of the pain. I do see causality, and although sometimes we get a false positive, it seems to make pretty good sense to me that may be the cause of what has been bothering me. I'm allergic to pain medicine in that every single thing I take I throw up on. Even this surgery, the surgeon after the surgery asked, what pain medicine I'd like a prescription for. When I told her I can't, she said, well, I guess aspirin and Advil will be your best friends. I simply can't take those pain medicines. So in the past, I've been treated like one of those, a pill hound, somebody looking for a fix from a hospital. I never once took those medications or the prescriptions for them. That being said, within the spirit of the law, I agree, schools obviously need protection. I unfortunately disagree with the church's stance in that I have a hard time believing nowadays, or in fact when any of us were young probably, that the church was the place you met with your friends. It's not a place, unfortunately, as much as our church leaders would like it to be, and a good thing, but it's not. Churches are not generally places children outnumber adults. perhaps on a Sunday school, but then again, the church is full of adults. A church operating a preschool, that may be a different thing, but in churches in general don't fall within the spirit of that law. And that I urge you to consider when, and specifically for our little town, we saw the dots and the bubbles on there. My research showed 22 Christian churches alone in Lincoln City. The law allows for reasonable restrictions based on time of operation, manner of operation, and location. I would have to contend that with the amount of churches in the city, the limitations on where we can be already, the distance requirements between schools and other dispensaries already in place, adding further restrictions would become unreasonable in our little town by making it nearly impossible to find a location. As it stands now, the 4 locations that are in town already pretty well eliminate most other spots that there could be a place in town. A lot of people don't realize what those circles encompass, and I know I'm over my time, so I thank you for that. And there were a couple of questions at the last meeting. I thought, just briefly, if I would mention, if you give me just another second here. Section 42 of the law gives the state sole exclusivity to the right on taxation. 52 prohibits the use of sale or marijuana to minors. There were questions about could a minor come in with a card and get a prescription. Our own children are not allowed in our dispensary. So no minor is allowed in a dispensary. It cannot happen. As far as consumption, the question was asked, consuming outside, in public, again prohibited by Section 54. And I guess I'll stop there just for the interest of time.
You do know that, and you were listening, that there's a provision of legal non-conforming.
I do.
You understand? Okay.
And I'm not overly...
Since your shop is, I think, one of the ones that was touching and would have that classification, you still operate and are legal.
Right. I'm just here for not so much for fear on what, us, I know we would be in that non-conforming category, but it's just the spirit of the law, I think, needs to be heard. I don't disagree with everything, the pastors say. I do think, though, the Bible's easy to misquote and apply in irrational ways, and I think we see some of that.
Thank you.
Anyway, thank you very much.
All right, that's those who signed up. Is there anyone else who didn't get an opportunity to sign up, want to come up and make comment?
My name's Robert Thomas. I've lived in Lincoln City I moved here in 1989. I've been a Christian was Evangelical Church under Ron Watson from probably 1990 or 91, about 1990 until about a year and a half ago, and then it became Calvary Chapel, southeast part of Lincoln City. And I'm a friend of Robert Harrison and Darrell at Foursquare. I'm part of I'm not part of the ministerial association, but I wholeheartedly support them, and it's been a long time since we've had a revival at the high school or anything else, finances and one thing or another, getting churches completely together and so forth. Anyway, this gentleman was brought up that things are limited, for this consumption routine. And my attitude is it isn't limited enough. And we have a problem in the country with Hispanics, their green cards versus voting cards, and we have to see whether they're legal or illegal or not. The only way we can keep track of our politics or whatever to a degree, regardless of what happens in the near future, is with some kind of a card. And even though the card has been watered down so as you can be, you need it's like your driver's license. You need to have your picture on the card so you can't shave your head or anything else, and get away with transferring it to somebody else. You got to update the card just like you update your BIMART card about once every 10 years. So in my opinion, the gentleman is right. We have a certain amount of restrictions in Lincoln City, and it's God inspired, as much as anything else. And in my opinion, to keep it at medical marijuana, if we have to have North Lincoln Hospital verify the cards, and the taxpayers of the city has to pay for having cards made out for everybody that's currently in medical marijuana, that so be it, saith the Lord, and having the so-called recreational, it's a joke, is recreational marijuana, and if the city needs to get hold of itself, and we're trying to clean up the city, not tear it down. We have a situation, as you know, with pornography and gay parade and everything else going on in past political situations. And the thing is, this is a chance for the city to show some backbone on marijuana, like Pastor Bob says here. Pretty soon you're pushing heroin on the street, and it's only a one-street town in the first place. I mean, you could hide this stuff a lot easier in Newport. You can't hide much in Lincoln City if unless you really put it underground or something. So I think it's time that we, instead of trying to, the only regulation we really have is some kind of a card that we've had in the past. So I think we need to relook at the medical use of marijuana, using a card with a picture on it, ID card, just like some illegal crossing the border in San Diego. If he has to prove a card or whatever else. And I think that's we might have to be under the law to a degree, but we can slow down the situation. We can slow down this insidious permissiveness that a lot of the politicians and everything these days, even on a national scale, are going for. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming forward. Anyone else that would like the opportunity to talk? Okay. We then, seeing none, okay. Are there any comments from representatives of public agencies? If there's no further comment, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Seconded.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Is there a motion to close the record?
I'll move close record.
Seconded.
There's a motion to close the record with a second. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none. Thank you. All right. Council, what's your pleasure? You have a recommendation from planning and heard testimony, and remind that we're talking about general commercial zone with the addition that was the Taft Village, 100 feet, 101. Comments, thoughts?
Mr. Mayor, I have absolutely no issue with the first two recommendations.
And that being, by adding some of these other places, preschools, worship?
Right.
Okay.
Well, preschool and, now I've lost my place. I apologize.
Because 1,000 feet stays the same.
No, that one of them was to increase it to 2,000.
That's number 2 of your recommendation.
Yeah, that one I'm okay with. The other one, I'm having trouble finding it. I lost my place on my computer.
Can I help you?
Does somebody have the three?
Yeah.
There are 3 recommendations.
There's number 1 is require dispensaries to be at least 1,000 feet away from preschools, places of worship, and parks, in addition to elementary schools, secondary schools, and career schools required by state law in the proposed ordinance. That's number 1. Number 2 is require dispensaries to be at least 2,000 feet away from other dispensaries rather than the 1,000 required by state law. Number 3 is required dispensaries to have a written plan in place to secure disposal of marijuana residue and byproducts. And number 4 was eliminate or amend the provision in the draft ordinance that prohibits screening of the view into the dispensaries.
Okay, so I guess I misspoke on myself.
So
I'm okay with 1 and 2 taking out the houses of worship.
Taking out the what?
Houses of worship.
Okay. And number 2 was stretching it out to 2,000
I'm okay with that.
feet between dispensaries.
I'm okay with that.
Okay. And 3 was a disposal plan on residue.
The disposal plan, I mean, they have a disposal provision in the state ordinance, and so, or in the state thing. I don't see why we would want to do a redundancy on that for us specifically.
The only additional requirement was that there be a written plan. It's still required under state law. It's just they don't require a written plan. Number 4 was kind of something you had to do because the ordinance needs to have the word "not" taken out.
Oh yeah, that one was the one I was okay with too.
Other people want to weigh in?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm willing to support all 3 recommendations from the Planning Commission, in addition to eliminating the provision in the draft ordinance that prohibits screening the view into the dispensaries.
Okay, so you'd be going the recommendation for planning with no change. Hey, how about you guys?
I concur with Chester.
The planning, okay. So you like to overburden?
I don't want to overburden, but you know, with the houses of worship, he's right in there when you say there are 22 churches in this town. You start taking the 22 churches and going 1,000 feet around those things, and that pretty much takes care of the whole city. So I don't know, that may be overkill. I'm just not sure.
Councilor Ryan thinks it does.
My problem with that is that churches do move, and several of them have recently, within the last 2 or 3 years, and they've gone into vacant places. Then suddenly, bam! You know, you're now within 2,000 feet, 1,000 feet. That's why I took that out. The other things stay pretty much where they are.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
Please correct me if I'm wrong. We have 4 dispensaries in town currently.
Yes.
2 of them are unaffected by this, and 2 of them would become legally non-conforming.
Correct.
Yeah.
I feel 4 dispensaries are quite sufficient.
Anybody else want to weigh in? Okay. Entertain a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I move that we direct staff to draft an ordinance in accordance with our deliberations and bring it back to council for the first reading at the next regular city council meeting.
And utilizing the recommendations from planning?
Yes.
Okay.
Seconded.
There's a motion with a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor? I guess that doesn't need to be a motion or a roll call. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Nay.
Yeah, nay.
2 nays. Okay. We then have...
I was aye.
Oh, you were an aye?
I'm not an A.
No.
The guy next to you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Okay. We have now, city manager report.
Problem.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief in view of the hour. First item, conditional on the adoption later this evening of resolution number 2014-27, I would recommend that council approve the list of panelists that would be used to advise the city council on the hiring of the next city manager. Those panel members have been submitted by various sources and compiled with council, individual council input into a panel that is comprised of leading citizens and staff members and facilitators, to have 3 different panels. So I would ask that you approve that, again, conditional on the adoption of the resolution later this evening.
So these are the individuals that would plan to mix into the interview process,
right,
with from citizens of the... Okay.
That is correct.
All right.
And these have all accepted the invitation, Mr. Hawker?
Everybody on that list has, yes.
That's terrific.
Cool.
Yeah.
Is that any questions or consensus or motion?
I think a motion.
So would someone make a motion to approve the list, recommended list of potential interview panelists?
So move.
Second.
We have a motion with a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. Thank you.
Again, on a related issue, on condition of approval of that resolution 2014-27, I would ask council to permit me to extend an invitation to certain applicants that have applied for the position of city manager. If you do that, we would release the names this Friday, sometime this Friday morning, providing we can get clearance from those applicants that they are in the process and they will be attending the interview. Again, we wish to give those applicants an opportunity to advise their employer that they are a finalist for this position, and should they not get it, hopefully not disrupt their current position. So I would ask for a motion that allows me to extend and through our consulting firm an offer to attend the interview on the 25th of this month.
So moved.
Second.
Except we need a number out of that motion, whether 4 or 5.
4.
So the motion would be to have the city manager extend off to the 4.
Right.
And that was seconded, Chester?
Yes.
You're all right?
Yes.
Same number. So we have a motion with a second. Doesn't need a roll call, does it? Oh, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none.
Thank you very much, Mayor. You probably need to give me a little direction on this next item. We had a discussion, or we had a presentation earlier tonight, and a new tentative offer on purchase of the villages. I do not believe that the sale of the villages in mass as one major piece of property is in the city's or the community's best interest. I've written a 2-page memo that's in the packet explaining what I believe to have been council's motivation to purchase and to how best utilize that amazing resource to serve the city for many years into the future, and to serve this community in economic development. And I went into some reasons in this. I don't know if you want to spend the time to go through this. I know there was some discussion about possibly reading the memo. It's your call.
I'd like to share this memo with the public, and I agree with Mr. Hawker. I believe this is the council's desire and intention. Should the council at some point wish to sell the property in whole or part after declaring the property surplus, we could then list it for sale or advertise for proposals. My strong recommendation is that we advertise for proposals. This allows us to set explicit goals for the development of the property and to select a developer who will be able to meet these goals. Moreover, it allows us to select from different approaches to meeting those goals. Approaches that potentially are creative and innovative and that maximize the value of the development to not just the government's coffers, but also to the future of the city as an attractive and vital community. My further recommendation is that we not entertain any offer at this time to liquidate the property. Taking a single developer's offer from out of the blue is not likely to allow us to accomplish any of the purposes just mentioned. Unsolicited offers to purchase the village's property are not likely to reflect the value of the property. They are not likely to give us anything but a minimal amount of cash in the short term. Such offers are about what the one making the offer wants, not what the city wants. I do not believe this is the best way for the village's property to benefit the community, and it likely is among the worst ways for it to benefit the city government. The village's property puts the city in an enviable position. Unlike a private developer, our carrying costs for the property are minimal. We do not need cash flow from the property to repay a lender, nor, really, do we need to make a profit on it. For this reason, we can choose development that maximizes community benefit above profit. For example, a private developer might achieve maximum profit through a single style of development, such as large lot housing. In contrast, the city is in a position to hold some of the property for other types of development, such as commercial development consistent with our visitor economy that might not provide the highest immediate profit, but that could provide greater community benefit. I also strongly recommend that the city take its time in selling this property. And I further recommend that when it does come time to sell the property, that the city does so piece by piece in parcels or pods. Previous owners of the property and the existing master plan refer to them as blocks. Individual pieces can be sold at a time when the market can absorb the development, and it will not unfairly compete with other major developments or suddenly flood the market with developable land. A gradual approach to selling the village's property would have benefits for both the community and the government, including creating jobs, inducing measured growth, and enhancing economic development. At the same time, it would preserve those areas with low development potential, high service costs, and significant natural resources. With the size of the entire village's property, I do not see any realistic possibility to evaluate all the relevant factors without a specific development plan for the entire property. That would be virtually impossible to prepare without knowing what the market and community needs would look like for many years into the future. For this reason, the only course of action that makes sense to me would be to liquidate the property gradually in parcels or pods, as I said, in order for us to be able to be responsive to those market and community needs. Before any sale of any part of the village's property is contemplated, we need to identify the responsibilities for off-site improvements that will support development of Fernwood, other village parcels, and other North End areas. This includes contribution to off-site sanitary, sewer, transportation, and certain water system improvements. Environmental responsibilities under the village's master plan also have to be clearly identified and the necessary systems and improvements provided for. Once this is accomplished, the first parcel that should be sold is Fernwood Phase 1, which has 60 lots. It is a manageable task to get Fernwood ready for sale and development. It has an approved final master plan and is subdivided for townhomes. Water, sewer, and conduits for power and communications are in place to each lot.
I am not sure about the status of natural gas in the subdivision. It would take very little site work to make the subdivision ready for home construction. A request for proposals to develop Fernwood would be a relatively simple matter to prepare. Evaluation of the responses would allow us to select a responsive and responsible developer to carry out the development and to accomplish the purposes for which we purchased the village's property in the first place. Purposes of our investment were to promote economic development, preserve desirable open space, and to provide affordable workforce housing. Our investment in the property so far comes from the following sources. General fund, $1.5 million, 57%. Affordable housing, $560,821, 22%. Open space, $555,113, 21%. I believe the open space investment will be realized through the permanent dedication of the knoll and other areas presently designated under the existing master plans for parks, open space, and wildlife. The affordable housing investment will be more complicated. The Fernwood request for proposals could include a requirement for developers to address such housing in their proposals. Among the ways they could address it are to include the construction of workforce housing as part of the purchase price, or to dedicate some of the property to the Lincoln County Community Land Trust. Undoubtedly, there are other approaches that developers could suggest as well. Importantly, these purposes are unlikely to be met through the sale of the entire village's property, and accordingly, such a sale would be inconsistent with our obligations to utilize the property for its intended purposes. Even if council would prefer to liquidate the entire property, or even parts of it for maximum, quote, profit, unquote, this is not the time, and $2,500,000 is certainly not the price. We purchased the villages at fire sale prices due to the timing of the sale, the complexity of the property, and the lack of any serious marketing effort. The value of the existing infrastructure alone is several times what the city paid for that infrastructure and for the land itself. Merely recovering the amount the city paid when purchasing the property would amount to a gift of several $1 million of value to the new purchaser. Let me take Fernwood Phase 1 as an example of value. It has final approval for 60 townhomes. Let's say we sell it to a developer for $800,000, or 4 townhomes. It will cost about $200,000 to complete the street, curb and pavement. Let's say $250,000 for electric, $50,000 for gas, $300,000 for off-site improvements, and $450,000 sales and carrying costs. Total investment by a developer would be $2 million, $2,050,00. Help me with that, Mr. Hawker. $2,050,000. The county lists the market value of the Maplewood lots at an average of $64,200. Fernwood lots are comparable, but let's discount that to $60,000 for a fully developed, ready-to-build lot. There are 60 lots, or a value of $3,600,000. That results in a potential profit of $1,550,000, or a 75% return on investment. I know these numbers are rough, but close enough to demonstrate the value of a very small piece of the villages. I expect the value to go up as land appreciates. The market is now just beginning to be restored to pre-recession levels. The city will enjoy many years of appreciation on those parts of the property that are not sold in the next few years. This can be a valuable offset to the financial crunch that city likely will face in 5 or 10 years. I believe it would be foolish to cash in for a quick profit and an uncertain benefit to our future. I agree. Thank you, Mr. Hawker, for that well-written, well-thought-out memo.
Thank you, Mr. Norikis. And Council, yeah.
Yeah, and because it's late, and I wouldn't do this by way of an argument, but if it's being said that all of us in sum totally support this letter, this way of going about this, count me as a no vote. I would approach this a little differently. One of the things I'm afraid of this evening, if we have a buyer that's legitimate that comes before us and is brought to us by somebody that does business here, I think the tone of the way some of the things that are in this letter were stated could be chilling for people that might want to come to us in the future.
I guess my point, aside from a lot of detail there, I guess my point is that's not how the city sells property.
Well, no, and okay. I know that, and most of the people up here know that, but we haven't, to the person that's out there that might want to do business with us, we haven't presented, any portions of this before. One of the things that I would disagree with relative to the offer that was made, the offer wasn't for $2.5 million. The offer was basically for $2.5 million, plus giving the open space back to the city, which at one time I think we were willing to pay $1.2 million for, plus participation in infrastructure costs, which is necessary not just for that subdivision, but for Palisades and the other areas. But if there's $1 million there, this one statement, and once again, don't misunderstand me. This isn't the time or the place to go through a negotiation with a buyer. But this buyer said he would agree to share the vision with the city of Lincoln City to revitalize the project. And I think of all the things that I've been involved with in as many years as I've worked here, I haven't gotten more grief from more people than when we bought villages. And I thought it was, and I still do, a gift that kind of fell into our laps, quite frankly. And the one thing that I've been saying to people is we're not going to develop the property. And some of the things that were stated here are borderline, we are going to develop. We are turned into developers.
Well, that's certainly not anything that I said, or nor is it anything that I intended.
Well,
I didn't say that.
No, I mean when we're stating that we, the city, we have the financial capabilities that other people might not have, and I'm not.
No, I said we didn't have the carrying costs.
I know, and I'm not trying to be critical. It's easy to come in from the peanut gallery, so to speak. I didn't write the letter.
Well, what I do think, whether this accurately depicts what the council wishes to do or not, I do think it's important that we determine what that is. But at any event, I don't believe that the council should consider unsolicited offers. We would advertise and give everybody in the world a shot at whatever we're going to do, whatever we're going to sell, whether we sell just a piece of it at a time or whether we sell the whole thing at a time.
See, that property has a problem. It's been undeveloped, essentially. A lot of money in the ground, and a lot of this and a lot of that, and a lot of effort. And I've been on the homeowners association with Henry, and am probably more aware of all the requirements that are necessary in order to do anything there. And essentially, nothing has happened, and there's a reason for that. It's because it's so complicated that nobody wants to mess around with it when they can go somewhere else and...
Yeah, and we need to simplify some of that, and that's why you see fire sale prices on this property, and that's what this is. This is fire sale. $2, $3, $4 million is a fire sale. It's a giveaway, and one of the reasons for that is it is a very complex project, particularly if you take it in mass, and yes, the city needs to do some simplification on that. There's no question about that.
I don't want to, and I know you don't either, I don't want to offend anyone on the way, like, we're in a position here, and the council, and I haven't been helpful for several months. I realize, and there have been many, many important issues that the council's been dealing with, and there just isn't enough time to do everything that needs to be done sometimes. That's my other thought process with this. The longer we keep it, pretty soon, part of us aren't going to be here. You're not going to be here, David. Who knows what's going to be going on? So to get a format in place that is predictable and inviting to get people to want to come in and start this ball rolling, I think would be...
I agree with that 100%.
Okay, thank you.
And I think, again, the intent tonight was to deal with the issue at hand and take the opportunity to let the public know that there is a process, and this council hasn't declared the property surplus or for sale. There's still a lot that needs to be done to put it in a position, and that's what I hear. It's
the more
certainly on the
unknowns,
work list.
Yeah, the more unknowns we can eliminate from this, and that's best done parcel at a time, but the more unknowns we can eliminate, the less the developer risk there's going to be involved, and the more certainty that's going to happen.
Well, this gentleman, once again, I'm not advocating for it, but he wanted to do a due diligence, and part of what happens when that occurs is those things shake out, and then it's beneficial, and then, anyway.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
So I think, other than yourself, though, unless there's other conversation around the consensus, or, that it wasn't just Chester talking alone.
I'm with Chester again.
Okay. Okay. All right, good. Okay, let's move on then. Mr. Hawker, you have a...
Yeah, we need to come back with a resolution on item number 12.
Oh, come back with a resolution?
Yeah.
Okay.
We don't have one, right?
So we'll...
Is there a resolution?
No.
There isn't. We'll come back to you at a future meeting with resolution for item 12.
And item 12 is the Palisades Road?
It would be, the resolution, if approved, would allow the road to be, the villages boulevard, the Devils Lake Boulevard through the villages to be opened up into Lincoln Palisades with a short connection.
Oh, that's not what this is.
Okay. What?
The request.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, this is a big item. Different connection.
Yeah.
Pardon me, I'm
right.
still thinking of the previous item.
That's all right.
Yes. Well,
it'd be helpful to see the maps, or either that or...
yeah, apparently we didn't put a map in the packet, and
Well, there were. They were just real small. And
I hope these come across all right. Yeah, we're good here. Yeah. Oh, no, yeah, turn them off. Okay. Okay, this is the original Lincoln Palisades planned unit development that we received last spring. And I know it's not going to show up very well, and so I colored it in. Basically, the gold is new residential that's proposed, and the green is the tracks A and B that have become an issue about dedication, or the conditions on a previous subdivision had said that they would be dedicated by 2012. So, but anyway, through all the discussions of this original planned unit development proposal, one of the neighbors suggested that possibly the apartments that were proposed for the north end, this is lying on its side, by the way, with north to the right. One of the neighbors proposed that maybe these could be moved to the east side. And so the owner has had his engineering firm take a look at possible ways to connect a road along the east side to serve apartment buildings. So hopefully this is something you can see both at home and here. But the idea was Eddy Way is up here, and Stephanie, you're welcome to join me up here if you if you'd like. This is Eddy Way, and it's just stubbed in right now. It would extend all the way down the east side and exit over to northeast Devils Lake Boulevard. But you can see that it comes very close to this wetlands. It also comes quite close to the Maplewood subdivision, and would actually require some of the open space that Maplewood has now. So the Homeowners Association of Villages, which is headed by Henry Quant, who's the chair, and Gary and Marge Boyd, met and discussed this possibility and suggested that maybe a better place for a connection would be north of Fernwood. So this is the relationship of Lincoln Palisades to Fernwood, which is this partially developed project that we just were discussing. So now in this concept, the Eddy Way comes down and takes a turn to the east, goes through our property over to northeast Devils Lake Boulevard, connecting here. And the apartments then in both of those scenarios would be lined up along the west side. There is quite a bit of topography here. Rich Catlin, who works for Reese & Associates, the engineer, is here and offered to answer any questions. We have some concerns, as we mentioned in your council communication, that the topography is very steep, and there isn't a lot of room between the east lot line and the wetlands. So, there's some physical challenges to overcome, but it's also something that the council needs to decide whether or not you want a connection between the two, and if so, would this be the best place, or should we ask them to keep looking for other opportunities? I just wanted to show that these two areas, or this area of town, has very little connectivity between the neighborhoods. And, it was popular in the 80s and 90s to do subdivisions like this where it was all cul-de-sacs and loop streets. It also has something to do with the topography in the area, because connection isn't all that easy. But it's about 0.8 of a mile maybe from where streets connect down here to this potential connection that will happen probably soon up here, connecting Voyage to Northeast Devils Lake Road at the top of the Lincoln Palisades development. So this is just an aerial photo. Again, north is at the top. And we're also showing how this is Fernwood here. This is Fernwood Phase 2. And this is our property, and this is approximately where this proposed street would go. So it would have to, would require some change in the plan for this area, and also in the preliminary master plan. We would have to do an amendment. We do have some steep slopes. I wanted to be able to show you the topography lines, but they're a little too faint. So anyway, you'll have to kind of take our words for it. So we had really two questions for council tonight. We want to know if you want us to move ahead with enforcement of the dedication of tracks A and B. We also wanted to know if you wanted to pursue a connection from Villages of Cascade Head to Lincoln Palisades or vice versa.
Could you update us on, tracks A and B? All we really heard was from the earlier comments, and
maybe Richard Apicello would like to say something about that.
We're talking about tracks A and B. Okay, there's a condition in the last approval for the Palisades that was intended to survive. What happened was in 2010, one of the conditions of approval said, instead of just saying with Phase 3, it said with Phase 3, but if Phase 3 doesn't go forward by this date in July of 2012. So that's under your development code. That's a condition of approval. Conditions of approval are enforceable. I'll point out that, yes, we can issue a notice of violation letter. The applicant, or sorry, the defendant in that case could submit a voluntary assurance of compliance. If it's accepted by the planning director, it goes to the court, it becomes an order of the court. So if they answer a violation that they didn't comply with a condition by saying we will comply with the condition by X date, or we will comply with the condition, however, we've also requested an amendment to the condition as part of your planning process, we ask that we'll do it by this date, or we'll accept whatever the result is of that amendment request. That would be something that would be submitted to the court, become an order of the court, and become enforceable. That's the enforcement process. As I mentioned, Mr. Catlin is here. He did say during his presentation with regard to the violation that he acknowledged that there was this issue, that they fully intend to make the dedication to the city, and that they were talking about a modification of which property. And he mentioned that although both tracks were referenced in the original approval, he mentioned that the Sitka Forest area might be the subject of the amendment, and that property would be given instead of some of the other property, which currently, at least in the plan that's going to go to a pre-application conference, shows apartment buildings. So that's a rather long-winded approach to that. Now, I will point out that the applicants withdrew their application. They have requested a pre-application conference. This is the Palisades. So really the technical legal reason why we're here is that they can't submit an application on property that they do not own. So I can't go submit an application on property you own. They can't submit an application on property we own. I'm not clear on whether or not the application is just we propose to put in a public road through your property, or whether or not it's we propose to exchange land with you where you will give us this, whatever the square footage is of this road, and we will give you some square footage somewhere else. I'm not clear right now. The only thing I am clear on is that they can't submit that application unless you say you have our permission to submit the application. Now again, permission to submit an application is not approval of the application. So if you do decide to let them go forward, you wouldn't be deciding to go forward, you'd be deciding to let them submit an application. So there's a bigger picture though. If it's a land exchange, there are statutes involved. We have to get equal value. And again, I'm not clear what the application really is, whether or not just we want to build a road on your property, it'll benefit everybody, so we're not going to exchange you any property, or whether or not there is an exchange proposed.
What we would like tonight is just an indication of whether you have an interest in pursuing a connection. because they don't want to, spend any more on engineering either if that's not a possibility. And so we're just looking for a little bit of direction so that when we do have the pre-app in a week or two, that we'll know where we stand, and they'll have a fairly good idea where we stand too.
But beyond that, I think part of that ought to be, I think staff believes that there's no benefit to the village's property of having this road. So if they want to file an application and you think it's possible to allow that road to go through there, then it would be only if we are fairly compensated in either land or cash for that use. Because as far as I could tell from my conversations with staff, and I think the staff report, there wasn't any particular benefit to the villages. The villages would be giving up property to serve another development. Am I correct on that? Do you see a benefit to the villages?
Well, the general benefit of connectivity, I think, is a good one, but whether, as far as whether we need it or future residents would need it, most of their, I don't know.
I can understand how Palisades would benefit from it. Yes, I do.
So, as council thinks about this, are we assuming, or do we need to condition this on getting resolution to track A and B dedication first and foremost, or we can deal with one at a time, and if that makes sense.
I think just from a staff's point, it would be nice to have some clarification that we intend to accept that, or to enforce that, because all the density calculations follow from that, and even the bonus points for tree preservation follows from that. So if we just have a little clarity there, that would help.
So could you help us, why wouldn't we? If it was a part of the original condition of approving a plat and project, it just has been a part of a contract that's not been fulfilled, is what I'm hearing you say. Is that a fair observation? And so council's decision is whether we want to enforce, collect on the contract of
their proposal. Again, we can say the condition of approval hasn't been met. Here's your notice of violation. They have the ability to answer it with voluntary assurance. Part of their voluntary assurance could be, we're proposing an amendment as an alternative to just giving you this. And so either way, we'll deal with it. If you want us to do a notice of violation letter, we can certainly do it.
Look, I'm a little confused now. I thought we were talking about a road, and now you're talking about a development.
There's two pieces, as on the chart and on your write-up, that we're dealing with. One is the A and B land that was dedicated or to be provided to the city.
Well, the road, I can answer if you want. The road that they're showing through Fernwood is not the only road. There is a road through Palisades property on the other side of the current boundary line, which includes land that was to be deeded to the city in 2012.
And the apartments are shown
and they're also
as being on that.
I'm looking at this and I'm going, why would we need a road through there when all we have to do is finish this extension up here and connect the Lincoln Palisades? That's, to me, that's a simple dimple. We don't screw around with the territory. I don't understand why we need this twisty, windy road and move.
My understanding from staff is the developer originally proposed some apartments over in the forested area, this large spruce, where you see your road and everything else. They are looking at moving that to this other portion of the big property. If so, then they need a street for access, ingress, egress, because it's too long. That's why you have the maps there that show the other place. And there's two roads proposed, one all the way down to Devil's Lake by the golf course entrance,
Right.
which has not proven to be beneficial to Maplewood or Maple area, and then the other is the one cutting through Fernwood.
Well, what I'm saying is, why do they need to extend it over? Why can't, I mean, that would take care of that development. They just extend it through their development or
Well,
back up.
I think our regulations don't allow that long of a road without,
Aha.
We have a 600-foot...
but again, this is all conditional on the fact that the land wasn't donated to the city that was supposed to be donated, because that affects the density, and without that added density, I'm not sure this road or any such road is needed. So, I mean, I think the two are interrelated, as the mayor has pointed out, very closely.
The thing I want to caution you is that, yes, we can do enforcement, but you really can't decide on a proposed amendment tonight. So if they were to get a notice of violation, then they submitted an assurance of compliance and said, either we'll donate the property that we said we would donate in 2012, or we'll do what the amendment reveals when the amendment is fully processed through the cycle. And if that was accepted by the planning director, then that would be the result. But we wouldn't prejudge it tonight. You wouldn't say, no, under no circumstance. You would let it go through the process. So the enforcement is kind of, you know, it's probably going to happen anyway, because that's just the way things go. I mean, we became aware of the fact that the violation occurred, and normally we proceed with enforcement.
So, Council, are you looking to direct enforcement?
I've got a question. If we're going to go ahead with enforcement, why are we even worrying about this right now? Why don't we wait and see what enforcement comes out?
I have a pre-application conference scheduled. I think they're proposing an amendment to the plan. So,
but if they renege on the enforcement, then why should we even consider adding roads or whatever?
Well, as I stated, they need permission to submit an application on our property, and the road goes, you know, onto the Palisades and then turns and goes up. And that's part of the property that would have been dedicated to us in 2012. So,
Say, Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
would it be okay if I asked Henry a very quick question?
Can you get into the mic, though, so people can...
Yes. And unless something has changed since I was last at HOA meeting, what precipitated this discussion was the offer of getting the apartments into a different location, which would make the house owners in Palisades more satisfied. I mean, that's what drove this.
Yeah, that's what started here. This is their secondary plan. They're getting too much pushback from building the houses up on the top part, up on the part. So they came down with this plan. But they've also said that they were supposed to give us this land that they want to build the road on and put the apartments on now.
Right.
And that's when they wanted to run the road down through our Rock Creek Village, which I totally disagree with, because it goes into wetlands and it's just a mess right down there. And that takes people in Maplewood. It makes them so much happy because all of a sudden they've got a road in their backyard.
Yeah, but then you went up there and actually found...
I went up there and walked the road, and like I say, I haven't made a judgment on this thing up here, because there's a whole bunch of intricate things they've got to go to. But first we have to decide what they're going to do with A and B. Are they going to give it to us? They're not going to give it to us. If they're not going to give us, we have to enforce what we've got, and then we go out and see if they want to change something else of value, of equal or more value to us for what we do. But I say, until that, we have to make up minds whether we want to put a road through there. If we put a road through there, we lose developable lots too. So it's kind of a juggling act, and it depends on what the rest of the council wants to do.
For this evening, at least I would be happy with just knowing, whether or not we should go forward with the assumption that they would not have density from tracks A and B, or any bonus points from tracks A and B, and then we can maybe figure out further action later.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Mr. Apichello, my impression is that we can let it go through the process and perhaps eliminate the need for enforcement. Was that a suggestion of yours?
I think that whether or not an actual notice of violation is submitted, if the applicant is requesting to amend the condition that they are accused of not complying with, and that amendment, which I assume we're going to talk about at a pre-application conference next week, would trade the property they were to give us for other property, possibly the Sitka spruce property next to the homes that are upset. So that, we can go forward. Staff can go forward with the notice of violation. We don't need the council to direct us. I think the applicant certainly knows that both the donation and an amendment need to be addressed. What he needs, though, in order to submit an application on your property is your permission. And I don't know, maybe we could come back to you after we talk to him in a pre-application conference about whether or not, because I don't know, sitting here, I do not know whether or not they intended to propose exchange of property, the square footage of this road for square footage somewhere else, which is governed by statutes. I don't know. Or whether or not it's in the public interest because it's more connectivity. They're not actually building infrastructure that's platted or shown on our master plan. It's different. So it doesn't have that benefit.
This has some ring to it that we're somehow going to buy more open space. I'm not sure of that, but the whole thing gets a lot more clear if we know if that dedication is valid or not valid. Then all of a sudden, then this may or may not even be needed because the density then goes down. If an application is submitted with a lower density, we may not have this issue. I think that really is the first issue that needs to be resolved.
Then I'd suggest that we let the process go through and see what they propose.
And use the lower density numbers as if you want to move on.
Yes.
Move on with lower density.
Okay.
Again, now with that lets you then sit and discuss options there.
Yes, I think the developer really is interested in having a conversation with staff at this point about what is acceptable, what would be a good solution, and I think having this direction is helpful.
So the question of whether to allow them to apply is not necessary at this time? Is that what I'm apply to make a road through our property?
Well,
given this direction, or should we also?
They cannot submit an application on your property unless they have your permission.
So then we do need to, in order to authorize that, in order to have the site.
Would you be interested in the applicants exploring that, some connection, either this one or somewhere else, between the two developments? To Councilman Ryan's comment, he said, why would we have this and then also the one at the north end? And actually, it's about a third or a half of a mile between the connection at the north of Voyage and the potential connection here. So, I mean, compared to everywhere else in town where we have 300-foot blocks or 500-foot blocks, this is a long stretch, even with that one open.
So, again, I sense we still don't have a decision on whether to let them apply. Is that correct? I don't know why we wouldn't if there's no...
I don't either.
There's no... It's their gamble. if it doesn't imply that we're, agreeing to something down the road or some other council.
Yeah. You're not binding the
Binding,
council to a decision. You're simply saying you may submit the application. The enforcement is something that just simply needs to be done. And, they already know that.
And I sense council is pushing that, too.
Yes.
So are you all right with
Yeah,
granting permission?
Yeah, if you want, I'll make a motion to grant permission to exploratory for the road and go ahead with finding out about tract A and B and where its status is as far as bringing it back into the city.
That's a motion?
That's a motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
We have a motion with a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed with a nay? Hearing none? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Ms. Nicholson, you had 3 questions under, quote, recommendations, unquote.
Oh.
One was regarding enforcement action. Second one was regarding trading land. And the third one was regarding direction regarding additional connections.
Okay. The trading land could be the Sitka Forest in the north part of the Lincoln Palisades for some of Tract A and B, or, at one point they had talked about trading some part of Villages for some part of Lincoln Palisades. I don't know whether that's of interest to anyone anymore, but I think the owner of Lincoln Palisades, from what I understand, is still open to, any possibilities to try to make something work out to the best advantage for everybody. So, if you would like to give us some guidance on that, we would appreciate that before our pre-application conference.
I would point out that trading land could also mean the square footage underlying the proposed road through Fernwood Phase 2 in exchange for what? As Mr. Hawker, Mr. Hawker said, we need value, equal value.
But I also contended that I do not believe that should be additional open space. I don't believe we purchased the Villages to create additional open space beyond what we've already discussed and what's already part of the plan. So if we're going to get open space, protect some trees in one location to destroy trees in another location, I'm just not for it.
Good point. I think the answer on that would be, it'd have to be a heck of a sweet deal.
Okay.
Okay. Moving on.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
It's after 10:30. I'm wondering if the rest of the agenda can be pushed to the next meeting.
Not really. The resolution shouldn't take any time at all, because that's just quick passing. We had the, and then you're down to your ordinances and second reading.
Whoop, there go our lights.
I'll get them.
I think they're telling us something.
I would agree, Mr. Sprague, that I think we need to conclude our business tonight.
If we could then go ahead. Everybody else all right? As fast we. Let's go to resolutions. Resolution number 2014-24, a resolution of the City of Lincoln City adopting revisions to the citywide fee schedule. Entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion to approve with a second. Roll call, please.
Norikis?
Yes.
Sprague?
Yes.
Quant?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes.
Ryan?
Yes.
Eggleton?
Yes.
And Ellingson?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. We have a resolution number 2014-25, resolution consenting to the transfer of control of the cable franchise Falcon Telecable to Comcast Corporation with conditions. Entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
A motion to approve with a second. Roll call, please.
Quant.
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Ryan.
Yes.
Eggleton.
Yes.
Ellingson.
Yes.
Rikus.
Yes.
And Sprague.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. We have a resolution number 2014-26, a resolution adopting the supplemental budget of the City of Lincoln City, Oregon for the fiscal year 2014-2015 as approved by City Council and making appropriations.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I move that we adopt resolution number 2014-26.
Second.
We have a second. Thank you. Roll call, please.
Sprague.
Yes.
Quant.
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Ryan.
Yes.
Eggleton. Ellingson.
Yes.
And Norikis.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. And we have resolution number 2014-27, an opportunity to receive citizens' comments on resolution 2014-27, a resolution of the City of Lincoln City establishing hiring standards, criteria, policy, directives, and a timeline for the recruitment and hiring of city manager of the City of Lincoln City, Oregon. Move.
So moved.
Motion to approve.
So
All right.
moved.
With a second?
I'll second it.
We have a motion with a second to approve. Roll call, please.
Norikis.
Yes.
Sprague.
Yes.
Quant.
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Ryan.
Yes.
Eggleton.
Yes.
And Ellingson.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Great, thank you. Now we have ordinance number 2014-21. This is a second reading.
Okay, there are no changes to the ordinance. I do have additional findings. If you'd like me to read them, I will read them, and I'd have to read them if we're going to do the second reading this evening.
I would say read them. These are to the findings.
Yes.
So I'll read them only once. This would apply to ordinance 2014 as well as ordinance 214-21 as well as 2014-22. Adding to the supplemental findings concerning other allegations. In the correspondence entered into the record, including specifically September 15th, 2014 and October 13th, 2014, individuals made various constitutional challenges and other allegations concerning the proposed ordinances. The Council finds and determines that the proposed ordinances do not violate the referenced constitutional provisions, and the Council incorporates herein all applicable findings set forth above. In addition, the Council finds and determines as follows. The proposed ordinances create a new mixed-use zone for future application, provide for an optional expedited route to a new limited VRD license in a residential zone, maintain the existing land use process for accessory use approval, provide an optional settlement offer for existing VRD owners who may or may not be operating in excess of accessory use limitations, provide a license with the option to apply for a vested rights nonconforming use determination, and provide that the existing accessory use language in the code be enforced in both future land use permitting and future land use enforcement actions. The allegations are numerous. First allegation, Measure 49 claims can be filed based on a new law that significantly changes the interpretation of a previous law. The new ordinances do not amend the definition of accessory use currently defined as incidental and subordinate to the main use. Although Council initiated an ordinance to clarify and further define the accessory use limitation with a non-discretionary standard, the threat of Measure 49 claims altered Council's proposal to simply retain the existing language. The new code clearly indicates staff is to apply and interpret the existing language in future land use enforcement actions and in future land use permit decisions. This emphasis is made to signify Council is not changing the existing language in order to avoid Measure 49 claims. Accordingly, the existing accessory use language will be interpreted by the Director or other authorized decision maker in the context of such future land use actions. Findings for these ordinances contain an analysis of the existing accessory use language in the code as well as the zoning and comprehensive plan context of the existing law. These findings have two purposes. First, given the request to repeal the existing accessory use language and replace it with the yes-no overlay maps, the interpretation analysis reveals that enforcement of the existing code is the only available means to attain land use compatibility consistent with the comprehensive plan policies while avoiding Measure 49 claims. In short, the existing code language, if properly enforced, implements the plan and code policies and goals. The Council's decision to reject the yes-no approach and retain the accessory use limitation is well supported. Second, the interpretation of the language in the zoning code and comprehensive plan context is necessary in these ordinances in order to justify and support Council's decision to offer the expedited VRD license path. In the findings supported by Council's analysis, the Council finds and determines that 30 nights of VRD rental in a residential zone is incidental and subordinate to the main use of the premises as the owner's vacation home. As stated in previous findings and staff reports, this is not the only number of nights which is incidental and subordinate to the main use, but the Council must support its decision to offer this non-discretionary optional route to a VRD license. The findings, interpretations, and analysis support the Council's decision that 30 nights is incidental and subordinate. The opponents of these ordinances do not argue that 30 nights does not meet the incidental and subordinate standard. There is nothing wrong with the incidental and subordinate land use standard as set forth in the existing law. It is not an interpretation of the language that opponents object to, it is any enforcement of the existing standard. However, enforcement of the existing language can occur without the options and alternatives created by these ordinances. In accordance with established land use enforcement mechanisms, including but not limited to LCMC 178050D2, any violation of the standards in LCMC 178050B subjects the VRD approval to revocation. LCMC 178050B2 is the accessory use limitation. The ordinances contain alternatives and options to lessen the burden of enforcement. The interpretation and analysis in the findings of these ordinances support the decision not to repeal the limitation and support the offered optional expedited VRD process. Finally, the existing language in the code will be applied and interpreted to future land use decisions and future enforcement actions. Second challenge was incidental and subordinate is far from settled, referencing OIA correspondence. Opponents of these ordinances refer to a number of interpretations of the terms incidental and subordinate, including a summary of cases by OIA in the context of state laws governing resource lands. After discounting the City of Beaverton case, ultimately they conclude the law is far from settled. As noted above, it is less an issue of interpretation of the standard and more an issue of enforcement. If opponents are proposing an interpretation, it is that the code language means nothing. Council expressly rejects this interpretation. As noted above, opponents are free to argue their alternative interpretations of the land use standard in the appropriate land use permitting or enforcement process. In its findings, Council supported its decision not to repeal the accessory use limitation and found that 30 nights is incidental and subordinate using the analytical framework of the Beaverton case. As noted, this is not the only number of nights which can be found to be incidental and subordinate. Beaverton simply looked at the text of the ordinance and the context, that being the implementation of the zoning and comprehensive plan policies. Accordingly, the city's analysis of the existing code in the findings addresses how the existing incidental and subordinate accessory use limitation is consistent with the adopted comprehensive plan policies protecting residential neighborhoods from incompatible development and is internally consistent with the zoning code and code purposes. For this reason, the request to repeal the limitation in favor of the yes-no zone was rejected. Also, the City of Beaverton case concerns a local government's interpretation of its own code which implements its comprehensive plan, and is materially different in terms of deference from resource land cases where local governing bodies apply state administrative rules protecting resource lands. Nevertheless, as noted, the interpretation of the existing accessory use language will occur in future land use permit decisions and future enforcement actions subject to appeal. This ordinance does not amend the applicable definitions or establish a significantly different interpretation. It is worth noting that opponents also criticized the use of time, the number of rental nights, relative to accessory use, claiming it does not make sense. Certainly an accessory structure is easy to quantify in terms of size. One can easily examine the accessory structure and compare it to the principal structure and determine it is incidental and subordinate. Use can be more difficult. When measured as a portion of property or a building, for example, a percentage of a home used for a home business, it can be understood. Accessory use of a portion of a property can, however, change over time. It can creep up or expand or even take over the main use. For example, the owner moves out of the house where the home business is located. When, as in the case of VRD, the entire house, not just a portion, is used for the accessory use, the only limitation is time. There is no spatial or size limitation. Given that VRD accessory use is expressly limited to the annual license, time and number of nights per year is the appropriate measure for accessory use. Accordingly, Council finds and determines that the only limitation on accessory use that makes sense is the VRD context. That makes sense in the VRD context is time. Another allegation was the IRS considers a vacation home a personal residence unless rented for 300 days a year. The Lincoln City TRT code matches the exemption in IRS regulations. That is, if you rent your vacation home less than 14 days, no tax is imposed. The IRS considers this small amount of use to be unimportant, insignificant, and of little value. If you rent your Lincoln City vacation home for more than 14 days, the rental use of property becomes taxable as rental income. Deductions are limited, and the exact amount of use must be tracked for tax purposes. Another allegation, finding must be made available for comment. As previously noted, the findings are what the Council believes is shown by the evidence in the record. Parties do not have the right to review or comment on findings. Another allegation is no evidence short-term rental housing reduces availability of residential housing. Common sense dictates that if residential properties are devoted to high-income tourist accommodations, the available residential market for affordable rentals or homes for workers and retirees is reduced. The growth of VRDs located in residential zones in the city is well documented in the record. See the economic analysis and housing studies in the record. Another allegation was enforcement action by DLCD not likely. Staff identified City Council ordinance findings concerning housing goals and policies in virtually every prior ordinance concerning VRDs. These findings expressly state that VRD use is merely accessory and as such will not impact housing supplies. Opponents do not wish to abide by the accessory use limitation and object to staff pointing out that the city faces possible enforcement action by DLCD and citizen groups. Even if the hearsay statement attributed to DLCD staff is accurate, DLCD staff's belief that they do not expect to be taking any action cannot bind or preclude the agency from taking future enforcement actions authorized by Oregon law. In addition, the risk that citizens will bring land use enforcement actions is not addressed by opponents. Council finds and determines that regardless of whether the department or citizens bring land use enforcement actions, Council must enforce the accessory use limitation because it furthers important comprehensive plan and zoning code purposes. The likelihood that Council could possibly get away with not enforcing its code does not mean the Council should ignore the adopted provisions of its comprehensive plan and zoning code. Another challenge regards the goals. Like the balance between the economy goal and the housing goal in previous findings incorporated herein, the proposed VR zone facilitates more legal short-term rental use consistent with recreation needs in areas where land use compatibility has been addressed in the rezoning decision. Similarly, adequacy of public facilities in new VR zone, specifically sewer, was addressed by the Council. While a vacation home used occasionally by an out-of-town owner may be adequately served by a septic system, full-time vacation rental use, as would be authorized in the VR zone, requires sewer service. The VR zone is based on the idea, like the idea of the YES and VROZ proposals, that a new zone could be created where vacation rentals would be unlimited. However, the VR zone proposal emphasizes review of land use compatibility through the rezone process. The reference to "based on the yes and VROZ overlays proposed" is not a reference to the maps. The disruption of established neighborhoods by short-term rentals was the issue 20 years ago in Cannon Beach and led to the enactment of restrictive regulations. Citizens in Lincoln City similarly testified in person and in writing before council that the quiet enjoyment of their properties has been disrupted by commercial levels of vacation rental operations. The existing code recognizes these nuisance impacts. Citizens testified that in addition to noise, parking, and trash, the fact that you never know who your neighbors will be from week to week has an impact on your quality of life and security. Further, VRDs are getting bigger and more intense. One realtor and VRD owner with a large VRD testified that VRDs are often far too large and expensive for residents. Another challenge involved existing VRD definition. LCMC 178050D concerning enforcement contains language concerning with or without an exchange of value or other consideration. As council is concerned with rental for consideration or the promise of consideration, the language will be modified accordingly. Another challenge concerned the record. It's previously been noted in the nature of proceedings and other sections herein, the record was reopened for all three ordinances on August 25th for additional public hearing on September 15th and written comment until noon on October 13th, 2014. There's an allegation the roads end provisions discriminate against everyone else. All similarly situated properties, those with city zoning, are treated equally. Recently annexed Roads End does not have city zoning and is therefore not similarly situated. Records of occupancy. The record-keeping requirements are reasonably related to enforcement of the existing accessory use limitation and are complementary of existing requirements concerning VRD guest registers, TRT tax receipts, and IRS records for rental of second homes. Another concern, the VRD penalties. A manager or owner that causes or suffers violations identified has a right to trial before the municipal court or hearing before the VRD license board as applicable. And then finally, more takings allegations. After making numerous allegations, the above referenced correspondence on page 11 refers to a white paper by Robinson & Cole, LLC, done for the National Association of Realtors. The correspondence sets forth various excerpts, including a statement that land use regulation that is excessively restrictive may constitute a taking of property for which compensation must be paid. The correspondence neglects to mention that the white paper then references the Oregon Supreme Court opinion in Cope versus City of Cannon Beach, 317 OR 339, 1993, for the proposition that such VRD regulation is not a taking of all economically viable use. The Oregon Supreme Court's opinion in Cannon Beach held, we next consider whether Ordinance 92-1, by prohibiting transient occupancy, denies property owners economically viable use of their property. See Agents versus Tiburon Supra, 447 U.S. at 260, 100 SCT at 2141, stating second part of test. We conclude that it does not. On its face, Ordinance 92-1 permits rentals of dwellings for periods of 14 days or more. The ordinance also permits owners themselves to reside in the dwellings. Although those uses may not be as profitable as are shorter-term rentals of the properties, they are economically viable uses. See also the Court of Appeals opinion quoted earlier in these findings. Unlike the Consensus Committee's recommended no zone, the proposed ordinances do not prohibit short-term rentals. Staff is directed to enforce the existing limitations in the code, the existing accessory use limitation. The existing code allows all residential zones a limited allowance of VRD use. Moreover, such enforcement will occur in future land use enforcement actions or future land use permit decisions. The ordinances proposed add optional mechanisms and alternatives for enforcement process, to the enforcement process. I have no additional reading for Ordinance 2014-21 except for the title. This is second reading of Ordinance 2014-21, an ordinance amending the Lincoln City Municipal Code, Title 17, Zoning, amending Chapter 1712, Zoning Districts Established, Section 1712.010, Classification of Zones, adding a new mixed-use zoning district for future application, Chapter 1718, vacation rental zone, authorizing a VRD as a permitted use in the VR zone with no accessory use limitation, amending the Lincoln City Comprehensive Plan goals and map to add a new mixed-use development VR district category. We'd be looking for approval of second reading and adoption of the ordinance.
I would so move.
We have a motion to approve second reading of ordinance 2014-21 and adopt the ordinance
With the additional findings.
with additional findings.
Yes.
Second.
So we have a motion with a second. Any further discussion?
I'd like to comment, Your Honor.
Okay.
I would like to publicly refute the allegation made more than a few times that there is very little, if any, support for enforcing tight limits on VRDs in residential neighborhoods. The council was presented data from the city manager concerning community attitudes in the form of survey results. The results clearly indicate that the predominant community attitude is not as portrayed by the consensus group. 62% of registered voters, approximately 739, with an opinion, did not wish to encourage VRD growth. Further, 65% of those, approximately 934 people, responding favored tight limits on vacation rentals in their neighborhoods. Council finds and determines that the public need expressed by the data and community attitudes exhibited by the survey is strongly in favor of enforcement of existing land use limitations to bring about land use compatibility. We've also been accused of not defining the problem. I've defined the problem more than once in the past 2 months. The problem at core is that some owners have used their residential VRD properties as if they were in commercial zones, and this frequency and intensity of use has created conflicts with surrounding residents, including noise, garbage, and parking issues. What appears to have been overlooked in the current debate is that the allowance for VRD use in residential zones was never intended to be on a par with commercial VRD intensity and frequency of use. There's a clear separation of commercial-level VRD uses required to be in commercial zones and minor accessory VRD use in residential zones. The text, context, and history of the existing ordinance demonstrate that unlimited vacation rental use in a residential zone is unlawful commercial use and is a violation of the code. Again, the code and plan support that such use is permitted only in a commercial zone. It is authorized only incidental and subordinate accessory use in a residential zone. One cannot pretend that full-time commercial use is housing. Believe and trust ordinance 2014-21 will bring the city into compliance with our Lincoln City Comprehensive Plan, our zoning code, and applicable land use planning goals. A very desirable outcome, in my opinion. I also believe implementation of these ordinances will help protect and stabilize existing residential neighborhoods from incompatible development. And finally, please keep in mind that the city manager does not have a vote on this council, nor does the city attorney. The city council is alone is responsible for the passage of this ordinance.
Thank you, Mr. Marakis.
I had a question from staff about the effective date. I did not read a change to the effective date. The current language in the ordinance would make this ordinance 2014-21 effective 30 days after the date of its adoption. Just want to clarify, did the council want to, the charter authorizes you can establish a later effective date if you want. This is, again, just for the VR zone.
We have initiated, unless council does not wish to proceed with it, a rezoning consideration in our northwest quadrant. So if this effective date is delayed, then we need to delay that rezoning.
I think Mr. Hawkins is saying we sent out the Measure 56 and DLCD notice for city-initiated rezoning to VR for one of the quadrants in the city. So we've initiated the process. That this zone will need to be effective by the time that is finalized.
My motion did not change the date that this was.
In the second, same. Right? Okay. Any other discussion? Okay. Roll call, please.
Who had the second?
Henry, was Henry the second? Oh.
So Roger? Okay.
Sorry.
So Quant,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Ryan,
Yes.
Eggleton,
Yes.
Ellingson,
I'm going to recuse myself.
Norikis,
Yes.
Sprague.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. So we indicated, that was for the zone, create the zone, and as indicated, actions have started on the northwest quadrant to put some properties or go through that process of looking at some rezoning.
Right.
Mr. Hawker, at different times, we've also talked about, looking for ways to encourage citizens to look at their properties or in areas and also go through this process on their own behalf. Are there, could staff look at maybe some options that might encourage, break down some impediments that might be stopping folks from looking at rezoning?
Yeah, I think so, although let's make sure that we've exhausted each quadrant or each area first.
Okay.
Let's complete a review of an area. In this particular case, first one out of the chute would be the northwest quadrant. Before we would encourage private, because again, we don't want to totally overload the planning department and slow up all the other areas of town from getting due consideration. So we need to get some of this completed, but yes, we can absolutely look at that.
And that's the issue with the effective date. 30 days, this will be effective in 30 days. Private applications can be submitted in 30 days. But again, Mr. Honker's just stating any incentives to private applications, we could wait. We don't have to do it.
All right. Let's go then. Ordinance number 2014-22. This also is a second reading. Council, I wondered before we get into second reading, talk to staff, and they would ask that we look to continue this ordinance until December 8th meeting for actual second reading for a couple of reasons. One, we're right in the midst, starting the midst of the new licensing or the existing licensing for the new year on VRDs, and this ordinance is a licensing, and so would want to delay that to some extent. The other is that there's looking carefully at the process of how a license traverses through the system, and they've asked for some more days to look at that and make sure the wording in the ordinance, does what's needed. So if you would concur, we'd push the second reading on this ordinance to December 8th, giving staff more time, Yes.
I would so move.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to continue this second reading on ordinance 2014-22 until December 8th council meeting in these chambers. Voice vote, all right? Yep. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I'm going to recuse myself on this vote also.
Okay, thank you. And then we have ordinance number 2014-23. This is also second reading. And this is a companion ordinance with the one we just continued to December 8th, and the same request is there.
I would move that we continue the second reading until 8th.
Second?
We have a motion to continue the second reading to December 8th, these chambers, this time, for ordinance number 2014-23. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed with a nay? Hearing none?
Mr. Mayor,
Yep.
I would like to recuse myself.
Gotcha. Thank you. And we have ordinance number 2014-28, looking for first and second reading.
Getting there.
Okay.
Your Honor, this is first reading of ordinance 2014-28, an ordinance amending ordinance 97-15 as amended, the Charter Communications franchise, Falcon Telecable, extending the existing franchise agreement to June 30th, 2015. Ask for approval of first reading.
I would so move.
Second?
We have a motion to approve first reading with a second. All those in, is it roll call?
Quant,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Ryan,
Yes.
Eggleton,
Yes.
Ellingson,
Yes.
Norikis.
Yes.
And Sprague.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Your Honor, this is second reading of an ordinance amending ordinance 97-15 as amended, the Charter Communication franchise, Falcon Telecable, extending the existing franchise agreement to June 30th, 2015.
I would move that we accept the second reading and adopt the ordinance on 2014-28.
Second?
We have a motion to approve the second reading and adopt the ordinance on ordinance 2014-28. Roll call, please.
Sprague,
Yes.
Quant,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Ryan,
Yes.
Eggleton,
Yes.
Ellingson,
Yes.
and Norikis.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Gentlemen, that's all the ordinances. This will be a time now for additional comments.
Well, I guess I should say my name is Jim Hoover again. I guess half congratulations since you only passed half your ordinances on VRD. I would like to take this time to address a couple issues for all those people that might still be watching TV at 11:05 at night, which I think is a real injustice when we pass things that affect the community at this late hour. And that is that this process that we went through tonight is an example of how government works, where it's one-sided. You guys take public testimony, and then you amend and you amend and you amend and you read into all these things that give nobody the opportunity to comment on the other side before you vote. And some of you might take offense to me calling it chicken. I know it's the legal way the government does it. Your attorney's telling you right. But if you really want the public to be involved, let's do it on a face-up where we all discuss and then you guys don't change it after the fact. It sounds to me a lot like you guys are justifying this vote that you made tonight by saying you have this ordinance that you have to abide by, but you guys make the ordinances. And you guys could amend them. And you guys could do whatever you want with the limitation of the number of days. And so it sounded to me as I sat there and listened that you guys are justifying this because you have to do this to comply with some God-dictated part of some municipal code that you don't have the ability to control or modify, because you guys do that all the time. I heard the word must enforce several times, but you guys are the people that decide what must be enforced. It's not somebody else. It's you. Real time today, today's conditions, today's times. So you're not being forced to enforce something. You're choosing to enforce something, but you're choosing not to amend it. The last part I'd like to talk about is this developing part. And while I may not know much about being an attorney, I may not know much about what you guys do as city managers, I do know a little bit about developing. And when you buy a piece of property, and then you improve that piece of property, and then you sell that piece of property off in parts, if it looks like a duck, and it quacks like a duck, and it smells like a duck, and has feathers like a duck, and lays eggs like a duck, it's a duck. And so you guys may want to say that you're not developing property. Good luck with that with anybody that's watching on TV because you bought it. You put $1 million so far of improvements in out of urban renewal, which if any of you are still on the council when this property gets sold off, I would encourage you to put that money back into urban renewal instead of sticking it back in the general fund in some really slick way. And put the open space money back in the open space fund instead of sticking the general fund in some way. But you guys are developing property. Now, I've heard it said that you're going to sell it off in little pieces in order to maximize the value. Well, I know a little bit about that too, because when you sell off a piece of property in a little piece and you don't say what you're going to use the next piece of property for, nobody's going to want to give you value for that first piece of property because they don't want to compete with the second piece of property. So when you guys decide you're going to start liquidating this property, my suggestion is you come up with a use for the entire property, have the zoning set, have the use set, have about a 40-year plan for allowing the property to be developed, and then sell it off in pieces and you might get your maximum value. I heard several times people kind of boast, or in the letter, maybe it wasn't boast, it was just reading it and reiterating it, that you guys have no carrying costs on this property. Well, that's kind of like showing the part of the glass you want somebody to see, because if the property had a $7 million assessed value at a $16.20 rate, and I'm not sure that's the exact rate, but that's pretty close to what we pay per thousand in the city of Lincoln City, that means you're foregoing $115,000 in property tax revenue every year that property sits there empty. Well, when that property gets developed, if we're talking about that one little piece of property that you used in your example of being a piece of property that gets sold and then has $2 million of development costs and then has houses built on it, when you're holding this, the longer you're holding, you're probably letting go $400,000 or $500,000 in 2 or 3 years of property tax. And I don't call that no holding costs. That looks to me like lost revenue. So shame on you for saying you're not developers. Shame on you guys for saying there's no holding costs. Shame on you guys for spending urban renewal money that's supposed to go to develop blighted properties, to build a pump station so that your property is worth a little more. I don't wish for you not to sleep good tonight, because that'd be a terrible thing to wish on you. I hope you all sleep really good. But I hope you wake up tomorrow morning and you really think about how you're affecting property values, because not only the properties in the villages of Cascade Head that you're competing with the other properties you want to sell, you're competing with every vacant piece of property in Lincoln City. Why would a developer want to come in here and buy a piece of property when you guys are the major property owner and you control all the conditional uses on his piece of property and on the property that you're going to sell at some point in the future? You guys are developers. I think the people of Lincoln City know you're developers, and if you want to pretend you're not, you can do that. It's a free country. But for me, that's how I see it. Thank you very much for your time and your service.
Thank you. Any other comments for tonight?
My name is Mark Deason. I've been up here before. I just want to say very few words. The few people that are left here tonight have witnessed a travesty, injustice.
Thank you. Other comments? We have also, the next item is an executive session meeting that has been canceled. No need for that on the agenda. So any comments from council?
I'm tired. Want to go home.
Okay. Gary? Any comments?
Excuse me. I know everyone's tired. And the only reason I'm making a further comment on this is because we've only got a couple of meetings left, and then I'm going to be off the council. I just hope that those of you who are left on here, and whoever the manager is, looks at villages in terms of getting it going and not having... Villages kind of has this aura about it of when people get close to it and want to do something with it, they get offended. And I hope we don't do that in the future. I've had a chance lately. Oh, and I would first and foremost like to thank all of you. I know I haven't been here for quite a period of time, and it's not really fair for me to have not been able to participate and have you do my portion of my work, and I'd like to thank you very much for that. But I've noticed that there are some cities, and some of them are a lot bigger than ours, and had people that could dedicate themselves to developing parcels of ground that the cities had. And I guess I can Google for a success story, but I haven't read one lately. You know, I've read a lot of cities. You know, it's like a siren song when you have a piece of property and everybody wants to decide what the best way to do something with it is, and you get locked into something. And then Wes and Roger have been around long enough to remember all the Bancroft loans that the city got involved with on property that was around the city, and those loans went on forever, and the city did nothing but lose money. And I'd just like to, and I know all of you would too, see a plan developed where people can be welcome to participate in getting the city away from villages as relatively quickly as possible. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing. Roger? All right. Cody? Henry?
Wish all the vets happy Veterans Day.
All right. Stand adjourned.
Just got a question. We acquired this property because somebody had it and they went back.